Oh, but you can fish over on my stream.
Oh fuck! I gotta turn it on then.
Don't worry. Every time you fish, the cost goes up. I've had because of recent
I'm not
like
turning it on.
spamming, I have to like now make it so that every iteration it increases in cost. It's an unfortunate state that I'm in.
Bork?
It's because Grant doesn't love us and our fishing.
No, that's not true. You can be loved. Just understand that as the problem of the commons dictates, there needs to be enough fish for everyone else.
Free the fish!
Free the fish. The fish are already free.
Okay, Game Warden. Does Australia have Game Wardens?
Well, fuck! I fucked up!
Yes, I think they do. I haven't gone hunting in Australia, though. I will be real with you, but I'm pretty sure there's someone out there making sure you don't just, kill koalas whenever the F you want.
Let me guess, they don't care much about how many emus you fight, do you? Do they?
No, emus and kangaroos are like a pest.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, we've got a few pest animals like nutria rats.
Noted. Okay.
I feel like nobody else here actually knows what a nutria rat is.
I've heard about it from Brooklyn Nine-Nine during the Boyle episode.
They talk about nutria rats there?
They do, because they go to like a Boyle farm or something like that. Pappy has passed away and Charles Boyle has to give a eulogy, but there's a bit of tension because it's like, oh, maybe Pappy Boyle was murdered, but that's not the case. But what was actually utilized was someone knew that Charles Boyle isn't actually a Boyle. It's just, I don't know why I know so much about Brooklyn Nine-Nine. I just do.
Wait, have you ever watched it?
Yeah, I have.
Then that's why.
Yeah, but like, look, there are some things I've watched that I could not explain to you further. Like, I'll have an example. Don't you worry. I'll have an example.
I don't believe that. No.
Oh, hey, there's a Twitch drop for this game.
Yeah, there is.
Oh, is it automatically enabled or?
It should be.
Give me a second. Let me have a look at my channel. Just have multiple people across channels just being like, "Hey."
Where's the drop setting?
I'm visiting the forum right now.
Hang on. So, charity thingy drops. Here we go. Enable drops. When turned on, your followers will be alerted when they have a chance to earn in-game loot. It may take up to 5 minutes for your drops enabled status to change to be reflected in the system.
No, there's the drops. I was about to start screaming. Drops are there.
It's not there for me.
It's not there. It's not live. Brock's a liar.
Like,
dirty fuck.
You're a dirty fuck.
It says
no
Twitch drops.
Okay, down.
Okay, fine. It starts in 5 days, 16 hours.
Your mom starts in 5 days and 16 hours.
Oh, okay.
God damn.
I'm probably not gonna play this in 5 days. I'll be down in the Gold Coast for Furdew.
I don't have any more blueberries, buddy. No more blueberries for you.
Who's asking for blueberries?
I need them.
Dog?
I need blueberries.
Wait, dogs can eat blueberries?
Yeah, dogs can eat blueberries.
I thought
they can't have grapes. Can't have grapes.
Oh, okay.
They cannot have grapes. No, they can't have onions either.
Dogs love grapes.
What's wrong with
onions?
My dog eats all the onions.
They can't have garlic, and I almost killed one of my friends because of that. Because there was one night, Saturday we do game nights at our place and everything, and came over, we make food and all that. I did like garlic butter rolls, and he went and fed my dog a little bit of one that had garlic on it, and like me and my roommate, we both looked at him like, what the fuck did you just do? It will really garlic will really fuck up a dog's kidneys.
Oh.
E.
Okay, that's a problem.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's been so long since I've had what's Mahoozy a pet, a dog.
Have you? You have a yin.
Yeah, I'm your pet.
No, you're not. You're. I'll think of a good insult that doesn't actually shake you to your core. It'll take-
No.
Oh, what if it turns them on?
Yeah. What if there's a humiliation fetish?
Because I.
Well, okay.
We've got a few new animals in the game.
You're an unpaid 3DX artist for me, with no actual work coming from me now.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh hey, there's a third person here. How did they get in here?
Who?
Hang on. Ding dong.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, pink. Cool. I should probably update my Fugi reactive to actually mention the names and stuff.
Buggy.
Fuggy.
Boogie.
Buggy.
Reactive Fugi
Yep.
tech. Give me a sec. All right.
Oh, I gotta turn on the late yin. There we go.
Fuggy.
Friends.
Fuggy. My name of Fuggy.
You a
Fuggy.
You a fat. I can't say that.
So we got server nicknames.
God.
There we go.
God damn it.
Server nickname should work.
This is a
Fuggy.
great start.
This is a fantastic start. It very much is. So, all right, here we go. I'm gonna do it. Hi everyone, welcome to this morning's
Human fat
stream.
happy water.
Humming. Where yin?
Saturday. Happy Saturday, everyone. I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, afternoon, or evening wherever you are. I forgot to turn on this light. There we go. I'm out of... Oh, wait, no, I still have some ice mocha. I nearly spilled that on myself. Hi, welcome, everyone. I am not playing an MMO right now because I was invited to play...
No, the only way yours can open is if I directly invite you.
I was invited by Unnamed, who's this yin, right down here. There's right now a
Bork?
boulder in the way.
Well, Musky
Bork?
Dog paid me to
Boulder.
say I heard garlic butter roll.
I'm
Yes.
borking.
Older.
Apparently
Where yin? Hold on, I should turn on mine.
Garlic butter rolls.
Hi, everyone.
Boulder.
Holy shit.
All right.
Okay, there we go.
There we go. All right.
We got a lot of people.
Oh, damn.
Wait, Red Loop just started it.
Wait, are
I
people...
just. Oh shit! It did. Oh crap.
It started.
Ah fuck.
How did it start?
I thought I canceled out of it.
Hold on, I gotta check everyone's audio. Everyone speak. All at once.
Oi.
Yelp.
Fuggy.
Buggy.
Fuggy.
Light. Thanks for the resub.
Woo.
Yo, 13 mod.
But yeah,
Oh, hello, Light.
to give you context,
Cat
though,
boy.
no,
Cat
we
boy
weren't
gets
talking
raised a
about
bit.
garlic butter rolls, but we were
Hello.
talking about giving
There we go.
dogs
There you go.
butter.
I've been raised. I've been uppied.
Uppies.
Puppies.
I'm about to be uppies. Shit.
Wait,
Motherfucking,
am I friends with you in this game? Yes, I am. Cool.
It should be.
Yes, you are.
Hold on. Before we do anything. Hi, come play Party House. Fuck off. No, I gotta show something. On my stream.
Oh, we got it.
I got show and tell. I just froze. My VNyan just froze. That's okay. Look at this. Here it comes. Oh, it's bright.
You're bright.
Ah!
Oh.
Oh,
Why
fuck
is it
it.
so bright?
Because I need to override the setting.
Ah, okay.
But 3D environment.
Immediately
pretty
zooms in on boobs. If you guys don't know what's going on, and there's another person streaming. It's unnamed. They're streaming right
Person. We're friends.
now. Twins.
With benefit.
Oh, twins.
All right, let me get rid of this.
Let me just attack
There we go.
with-
Let me get my lighting.
So
Back
I
up.
got unnamed 471.
Bah, bah, bah.
I then have the local cat boy. Is that how I write the name? Oh wait, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. The local cat boy.
T.
And that.
Did my game start? My game did not start.
Would be great if it did.
It says it started on my side.
Yeah.
The game's here in spirit.
Treat.
You want
Treat?
butter?
But a dog.
No, you don't
Put a
get.
dog. Put the dog in the butter.
Hi, Grant's chat.
What?
I,
Hi, Grant's chat. Grant's
Hi,
chat.
Grant's
You should come over. You should unfollow Grant and come over to me.
no. Chat, don't listen to this. Don't listen to
Do
this
it.
silly Yeen over here.
Do it,
Okay,
do it,
look
do
at
it,
them,
do it,
just like
do it,
looking
do
at
it,
their
do
own
it.
boobies.
it.
You wanna
Do
keep following me. Hi there, night
Do it.
sky. So yeah,
Do it.
so yeah, I'm not alone
guys.
this morning.
We
I
got
am
another.
The pro play is to instead follow me.
Yo,
I'm
he
not
woke
even
up from his
streaming.
nap.
That's
How
the
did
pro
you
play.
know?
Hello.
Oh, thank you, Reagan Smash, for the follow. I didn't see that a minute ago.
Light Chef, we are probably gonna need more animals. So yeah.
So, yeah.
Wait. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta fucking do a thing.
Oh my god, what is
With
this?
this.
I know that's Giga Shake, but what is that?
I think it's like a fall guy.
It's a Fall Guy.
Fall Guy, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Here, let
Hey,
me
it looks-
switch
that
mine.
looks
It's
great.
perfect. It's perfect.
Nah,
I have not streamed in 2 weeks, so I have no idea how any of these buttons work anymore.
They look
That's
like Fall
okay.
Guy.
You can play
Bum, bum, bum.
I need to
Apparently it's-
download this game. Hold on.
Okay, so
I got fall guy. Probably download that.
Did you get it, Shake, or are you using the friend one?
I'm gonna buy it unless somebody can friend me in, but I could just
There's
buy it.
a
it's fine.
lot of friends in here.
Okay.
We're friends
Should
with
be.
benefits.
I don't know how Hey, to friend in though.
Hey,
yo.
hey, yo.
thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, Reagan Smash. Thank you so much. You only just got here. All right, who'd you give them to? You gave them to Dark Corone, you gave them to Akobear, Dark Walker, Oh No, it's Marshall, and Domchan. I only recognize one of those names. I only recognize one name in that 5, and it's Domchan. Hi there, Sash. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I am playing What's-a-Mahoozy without you because I was invited by Unnamed to play it, and I totally forgot that when they were going to be playing it, I was going to be playing Final Fantasy XIV like an hour after their stream. So, yeah.
This music bops though.
Okay, why everything in the item shop costs like cash? None of it uses
No,
cookies.
it's not real cash. It's game
Squeeze
cash.
cheek and pull tail.
Yeah, but no. My problem is that it's the Nemo bucks, but I have cookies.
I
So,
heard
like-
Nemo buff.
Oh, he's pink.
You can earn Nemo bucks.
I can't get the husky, but pink. Hold on, chat. Just to look away, chat.
Are
No,
you
I'm looking.
are you about to buy Nemo bucks?
No,
Do it,
I'm not.
bitch. Do it.
I'm not buying Nemo bucks.
Do it.
I think they're buying Nemo bucks.
I am not. I'm adding it to my throne.
I require
Oh.
Nemo
Earn them
bucks.
regularly.
Don't look at me, chat.
Oh, hey,
Just look
it's
away.
It's a pink Dazarus.
Just look away, chat.
Oh, chat, did you know I have a throne?
Chat, don't listen to him. Come to my throne.
No. You want to come to my throne, okay? You want to come to my throne. My throne
No,
my throne
come
isn't
to
filled
mine.
with boobies and protein power. My throne is filled
What
with
about mine?
with like Metal Gear Solid book and playing cards, and actually I need a new pair of scales because my last one broke.
Yeah, chat. Well, mine has a has a bad dragon in it.
Yo, apparently, like Bad Dragon made a squeaky dildo.
Of course they did.
Neat.
It's so funny. I wanted, like, when I saw the video of it, my dog was near me. He was like, "Wait, is that a new toy?" I'm like, "Nope, not for me,
No.
buddy."
The panic. I would have panicked.
Oh my god, what is happening right now?
Fug.
Okay, let's go back. Okay.
Oh, if you're wondering, so Unname's the one that mentioned the Bad Dragon squeaky toy, or was it someone else?
It was me. It was me,
He's a
Grant. He
fucking
was right.
clickbait artist.
You're a clickbait artist. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm not. I'm smart remarks all night.
Alright, I am gonna head to the locker.
Is it just pink?
Yeah,
Is it
just pink
There's
feathers.
nothing else?
Carnival.
I kind of like that. That's kind of cute.
Oh,
Pink Lotus Dragon looks
No, it's the
derpy.
pink carnival.
I need win 5 consecutive games.
Fuggy.
How many
Shoe
games do I have
sure
to
egg?
win
I don't
with
want any of it.
alongside friends?
Oh no, gambling. Chat, gamble? We're gambling, chat?
Gamba, we've made it.
I don't want it.
They've
Oh, look at
added-
him.
They've added way
Aw.
more animals. They've added a dodo.
Hey, Zed.
Oh,
If you want to pop in the VC, Zed, we're all in here.
hi, Zed.
Eat Zed!
You've entered into the himbo zone, Sage.
Yeah,
Gambo, Gambo.
He's such a cat.
While they're in the middle of
Oh,
doing silly gambles, I'm gonna see if I can get away with one quick match.
a quick match?
Quick with the
Yes, a
mag.
quick
Yo,
match.
you got legendary Viking moose?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
legendary Viking boost. It's a rare. It's a legendary.
Bro, that's crazy. That's one of the legendary eggs.
I can't
My
believe
dad's
it.
love for me is rare.
Yo, this one's cute as fuck.
Nah, I bet it's not.
It is cute.
Yeah, that guy's pretty cute.
I'm like lagging a bit. Is there a way I can like lower the frame rate so I'm not like dying?
Take that.
I need to increase the frame rate.
So I install Friends Pass. Is that what I do?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a waste.
Oh, I don't like that. VSync.
Name, you gotta send me Nemo bucks in the mail.
I guess I send it to you right now. Did you get it?
All right. Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
There, performance. Custom Gamu. Create. Oh, do we want to do duos, squad? You know what? We're doing duos.
All right.
Trying to remember which were bad maps. These are all pretty good. All create.
Why
Bum,
does it
bum,
have to
bum,
make me friends with the bots?
bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum.
It's the
Bum, bum,
official
bum.
bot.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah, you like him.
Watch the game now or no? I'm not sure what the.
Yes, yes. Hold on. Let me.
Okay.
Friends.
Friends don't
Oh.
let friends eat grapes.
Right here. Right here.
Zib as I join.
Marglo.
Help.
Who's Grab Nuts?
Do you not like, check your
I don't know my friends.
That happens to me all the time. I look at my friends list and go, "Who the fuck is this?"
Oh my god, I can hear you in game.
Uh-oh.
Mute your ass.
Did I mute myself? Yeah, I
I did it.
It's a legendary all.
Yeah.
Where is? Let me see. Let me see. Red Loop started it.
Forgot to send a
Yeah,
reminder
let me-
on Twitter. Did I?
what
I don't
server are
think
we
I
in?
Did.
Yeah, I'm on the green team, baby.
If I
already
checked,
in?
oh, would you look at that? 18 minutes ago.
Yeah, we on the green team, boy.
Bum, 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 bum.
I'm Obama.
Telling me I don't tell people when I go live.
Didn't tell nobody.
You
Yeah,
don't tell
that's-
anyone. I didn't tell anyone. Oh, I should do that.
Don't you have like an automatic thingy-madoog?
Yeah, in my server.
Yeah, exactly.
My
I
server
will say that-
automatically posts for you too. So,
Can I jump on this?
oh, it
something.
didn't.
Yeah.
What happened?
There we go. Okay. So grab, release, punch, toss, jump, headbutt, kick, run, menu, showcase, move, emotes, rotate. Okay. No.
This may not even be real, but I still think it's funny.
Is it real? This game's real.
Florida man arrested for using a lost U.S. nuke to power his home for more than 27 years.
Yeah, that sounds like Florida.
What was I doing?
I have to go through the
Shouting out.
tutorial.
Shouting out? Yeah, I'll shout out myself.
Well, yeah, that's.
Oh, that's right. I was shouting myself out on all the other discords.
I got you. Don't worry.
I'm pretty sure so long as you are
I help.
put into a streamer role on my side, yours will automatically send in the channel. Oh, wait, no, it didn't. Why? Like,
You
Mine-
singing? Typical.
Mine didn't send
I don't know what I
for
just
a name
said.
either, and it does automatically. So I don't know what you did, but it got mad at you.
Me?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I'll do it again.
Blizzard.
Speaking of the government.
I'm not a big fan of the government.
Are you having internet problems?
Me?
Yep.
No, why?
Okay.
Am I?
Because that's what
No.
you would say.
I was concerned. I'm like, am I a robot?
Cute thing.
I don't have a problem
You're
with
the
the
government.
Good
I'm not a big
news.
fan of the government.
Why is there a
Despite living in
companion
Australia,
to
I was
part
able
of
to get my tax
Florida?
return done. And the IRS
Bum, bum,
accepted it. I don't get any
bum,
money,
bum.
but I don't owe any money either.
Bum, 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 bum. Okay, popping that in. Pop that. Self promo.
I'm gonna do my.
Go over here.
Why does
Hurry.
Freck have...
Self promo.
Meeps with the 33-month tier 1 sub.
Meeps!
Jib cookies oh whoa.
Who's doing shit?
Thank you, Meeps, for the
I have to do
resub.
the
33 months is a
tutorial.
long fucking time. Thank you. Alright, fine. I'll
Oh.
give you a cookie, okay? Hang on. Meeps has demanded a cookie. Where's the cookie? Here's your cookie. Right here. There's your cookie. Free cookie. Just for you, because it's been 33
Chat,
months.
give me a cookie.
No.
Could be.
Chat, pull the snoot.
Subscribe
No.
subscribe to me back when I first started and, you know, give me good ideas for channel redeems, and then I'll give you a freebie.
You're feeding. Nah.
Do work for no. Wolfzana, you son of a bitch!
Thank you for
Don't
the
giggle,
gifted sub!
you fuckers!
Oh
All
my
of
god,
you.
I'm getting raided. What the fuck?
I
against
snooted. I snooted.
Hello, Raiders! Hi, Sunshark Sashera. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the Shork raid. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Thank you for the follow, Thank you, Joe.
Paid me to say hi Raiders give stuff to Grant.
I'm a college man. I won't need my high school diploma anymore.
It might be a minute.
I am smart. I
Got
am
raided. Hang
smart.
on.
I am
You got raided?
Marty.
Yes.
I mean,
Hi, Raiders. Do not follow Zebra.
No,
Follow
don't listen to the dumb Yeen. Don't listen to unnamed
Dumb?
471.
Wow, how rude.
Look at this dumb Yeen. Look, let me zoom in. Look at this dumb Yeen.
You guys gonna follow such
not
a
dumb.
rude
Look at them,
little
we're trying to-
critter?
I'm not dumb.
Look at him.
I'm thick.
Fucking lying.
I'm thicker. Look at this ass. Do you have
No.
like, do you have camera redeems for doing like an ass check and such? Hang on a sec. Let me see.
I mean, they did,
I
but
do.
the Twitch was like, no.
Let's see. You
Yeah.
got
Bahama Joe! Liner Muscle, thank you for the follow. Fuck you, Grant!
Yo, we got Bahama Joe.
The fucking school.
That's all you
Oh,
had. You had the squat thing in Mickey. Hey, goddamn it,
Bahama
first
Joe.
yours.
we-
If you
Yeah,
ask me enough, I can do
your
that.
head.
I can just do this. Boom.
There you
New
go,
angles. I got
Bahama
new
Joe.
camera angles.
Oh, liner muscle, let's go.
Right there.
Thank you once again, Sash, for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful time in Fortnite. I am right now going to be playing with some Americans.
You're right now gonna get your ass kicked.
I am going to get my ass kicked because of the simple fact that I'm in Australia and there is
Yeah,
at
beat 'em
least
up
a
with this ping.
300 millisecond ping when it comes
Ooh,
to...
John sounds like John to me.
That sounds like an excuse.
No, this
Sounds
is just
like-
context. This is just context. So it will make the victory so much sweeter if I win.
Sweet victory.
Yeah, but what the fuck's a
Yeah.
kilometer?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
0.8 miles, I think. Hang on a second.
I don't do in fractions.
Hey Siri, how many kilometers in a mile?
Hey Siri, how tasty is zebra leg?
Yummy.
1 mile is 1.61. But yeah. I love how Sunshark. I am not gonna win against the argument of Americans versus Australia, because I'm American myself. I just live in Australia.
Hey, I got the password. Anyone in the chat? Here goes the password.
No, it's done. It's done downloading, so I can join.
Yay!
Yeah.
Hurry, shake, hurry.
How do I join?
Join
Oh,
off
I can
kitty.
just join you.
Oh, to give you context,
join me.
I'm not playing by myself, as you are no doubt aware. There are other people in this chat. The person that is
Hello.
hosting this is unnamed. They're this Ian right here. They're also streaming right now. And then
Come to my chat.
Yeah.
I'll show you my ass.
I don't think I can join off of you.
Join off Kitty.
Yeah,
It
join off
won't let
me.
me.
It won't.
I got you. I'll invite you.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm allowed to, but I'm gonna try.
Maybe start the game. Maybe start it. Just like see.
Maybe
see
start the
what it
game. Yeah, that might be a good
See
idea.
what happens. I wanted to join. Like, let's go. But yeah, so we got
You
local
promised
cat
ass.
boy,
I want to see ass.
pink,
Highliner muscle. Here's the ass.
Whoa.
Wiggle my tail a bit.
Hi there,
Wiggy wiggy.
Lionor.
Hi, Linor.
Now, do you want beans? Here, we're good with the beans. Guys, chat.
Wait.
Shake's here. You can all yell at him right now, saying, "Shake, the beans are on TV."
Shake the beans are on
Yeah, you don't have to come to Dome stream to let me know.
You liked it, don't
Wait, is
worry.
my ass
It
bigger
was
than
funny.
yours?
It was
like
funny.
VTube model
You're welcome.
wise?
What?
I think
I don't
my
know.
ass is
There we
larger
go.
than yours, VTube model wise.
Grant, I don't think that counts if you're just more massive.
No, like, hang
Yeah.
on. Like, chest.
You
There
have
it is.
mass.
Butt. Look at the butt.
Do
I
not
definitely have
test
art.
someone who had. You know what? That's an idea for an image.
Yeah.
Just a butt check.
I have
Test.
art where I have a bigger ass than you for sure.
Okay, that's true, because, like, the ass isn't the focus of my zebra, okay? The ass is the focus for
What
the
is?
other character, the gender fluid
Monday
cyberpunk.
Ass.
Ass.
Running install
Ass and
script
titties.
Microsoft VC redistributable. Oh,
Oh, wowee.
very
Ooh,
cool.
First time you're running it.
Ginger Fox VT, thanks for the follow.
Hey!
Ginger Fox.
Ginger
Look,
Fox is
Grant can't even get
fantastic.
rid of me in this stream. I can bork all I want now. Bork.
Pets for you,
Forward.
Fox.
Okay, I'm in and all that. I just went through the tutorial.
You're in.
Yeah, I'm just at the menu right now.
Thank you.
Am I gonna have to buy the game?
Thank you, Sage, for telling me that I put the I put the
I can't
ass
invite
in
Shay.
sass.
You can't invite Shake.
No, I don't know why. I mean,
Okay,
let me
hold
try
on.
it.
Launching executable. Hold on. I think the game is.
Love the character, very sexy. Love the colors.
Indeed.
Yeah. Thank you. Wants to muscle hug it. Oh.
Ooh.
Hey yo.
Huh?
I mean, I'm gonna get a big muscly hug. That's more than Grant's ever given me.
Hey! I gave you my
Yo,
V2
come
model.
on. I'm also a cat. Give me muscle hugs, please. I need
For
them.
lack of.
Cat team up.
Thank you for the
I didn't realize we're having a
hyperhand
booty judging competition.
Booty.
I'd win, just to clarify. Well,
Hey Grant, can you show your leg? Can you show your ass again? Like with put one leg backward, one leg back, just one.
no, god damn it, Sir Dragon. Okay, Sir Dragon is making me show my ass while I'm hyper himboed.
Ah,
Hold on. What is login authorization? Okay, no, I'm in the loading screen.
Yeah. Because I think what
Hi,
it wants you to
chat.
do is to link your
Hi, chat.
Xbox account or something like that as well when you're at it.
chat.
Xbox?
You know, while we're waiting, chat. I have something I want to drink right here. It's not alcohol.
Damn.
Coca-Cola spiced. Hold on, I gotta change the setup.
Oh,
that weird
no.
thing.
Oh, I don't
No,
like that. Be safe.
Yeah, no, you be safe.
I did on my tier list. I rated it very poorly. Be safe. Be safe.
Where's my controls? My hands are too close to my like they're in my titty. Oh, got kicked. There, I opened it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let me put this. Where is?
If Sash is
And?
still here. Hang on. Most
There you
likely
go.
they are.
Sounds like Linor is
There you go. Right.
a dream cat. Located you.
Okay, Coca-Cola is a spice. What the fuck? What? What'd you say?
Huh?
What?
I'm just talking to
What?
chat. I'm mumbling.
Do your mouth noise again. No.
Set your name.
Okay, here we go. Spice, Coca-Cola spice. Let me sniff it real quick.
Alrighty.
Oh, that's not good smell. It smells like NyQuil.
Is NyQuil a bad
mean-
smell?
Oh, you think it's a good smell?
Like, NyQuil's just medicine, right?
Yeah.
Like Vicks Vapor Drops kind of thing.
Dude, I've known people that would drink NyQuil before watch and see how long they will be able to survive.
This is not
when
great.
they're
This is not
staring
great.
at the combat console for like 8 hours.
Hi, Lazy Dog Hound. Mwah. Welcome to the chat. I realize I'm only kissed one person. Everyone in chat gets kisses. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Who's
Shake, are you player-
49884?
Who's player 498184?
That's Shay.
That's
you?
not me. I don't think.
Oh, okay.
Let me see.
I don't know. I don't think I got an invite or anything.
How do I? Could you invite? Can you invite
Let me
me?
see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see.
Yeah.
You should be able to like right click and click them.
I don't see it.
Oh, online. Friends. I don't see friends.
You and I.
How does this work?
Yeah, all I have is bot. Like, do we have to like add friend?
Oh yeah.
Maybe because Shake's not a boy.
One
No,
moment.
no. I have an ID though.
Okay.
What's your ID?
What's your ID?
MJAPML.
MJP.
MJAP. I'll type it.
MJP.
MJAPML. I'll put it in voice chat.
Yeah, I
This
just
game
sent a
actually
request.
locked?
There
I
you
guess
are.
via
Are you Topaz Hachi?
No,
There.
I sent you a friend
Giga
request,
Shake.
Shake.
no.
Where did you find that, Jake?
Have I?
Okay, someone in chat mentioned that there's a thing called Sprite Tic Tacs.
Yes. I've
Yeah,
had the Coca-Cola.
they're pretty good.
Okay, I haven't gotten this yet. Hold on, let me.
What's that?
This is gross.
Let me. How do I?
Oh,
Okay,
I found the ID thing.
What's the ID?
Okay, it's M, Mike, Juliet, Charlie, Tango, Juliet, 5.
all right. My microphone is off. Where is?
5?
Okay.
5.
Got you.
Friend request.
Oh, thank God for NATO phonetics.
Right? Dude, you have no idea how much I use that shit at work.
I did not catch
yeah.
the NATO phonetics. Sorry.
I hate it when people are like boy. I'm like, no, it's not boy for B.
Hi, Henry.
Bravo.
Oh, it's Quebec, it's this. I'm like, you motherfucker. And they're like, oh, hey, can you spell your email out for me so I can make sure I have it properly? I'm like, yeah, it's da 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 da. Okay, can you spell it phonetically?
Let me see if I can invite you.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is.
Okay, how do you say 9?
Yay.
Don't you dare.
Niner?
Oh, did you want Light Strafe joining?
Oh. Yeah, we can pop him in here.
Okay.
If they
Pop
were
him
in
in the
the,
VC.
they're in the
Click and drag.
get them.
Yo.
Zed!
Hello.
Yay! Full house! Eat shit!
Bulgari.
I gotta move the Fuggy. The Fuggy's too big now.
Fuggy.
Froggy.
Oh shit, that is here. Holy shit.
Hi Zed, Fuggy.
Fuggy.
Hi, Zed.
Someone got that permission. Probably
I
has two
have
pieces there.
permission.
I have the power. Chat, you wanna see my ass again?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't do it.
I did it.
Booty, 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 rocking
Booty, booty, booty.
everywhere.
Okay, who are we missing? Where the fuck is Red Loop?
You just added me. And I'm literally watching stream on my phone too, and I don't see anything on it.
Unnamed. Aren't we supposed to be in that one voice channel you made specifically for stream?
Oh, did you make
You're
one
right.
specifically for streaming?
Yeah, the Goon Cocoon! We're going in there.
The
What?
What?
Oh, okay.
I don't see it.
Where the fuck is it?
It's a special
be-
channel hidden.
He made it specifically so that people couldn't join by accident.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay.
See these secrets.
Welcome to
and I
the
see them
Goon
all.
Cocoon!
Oh, it literally
died.
is called the Goon Cocoon. Okay.
That's funny. I like that.
Here's
The Fuggy has died.
The
Haha,
Fugi
Fuggy.
has died, unfortunately. I think for you, it will refresh if you disconnect and reconnect to the thingy-majiggy.
You're right, it does.
Fuggy.
Let me see what happens when I disconnect and
Okay, Red Loop, I
reconnect to,
invited
like,
you. Let me
a-
try again. There, sent.
Alright. One second. I'm gonna disconnect, and you just drag me back into Goon Cocoon when you're ready, okay? Bam. And then I go secret chat, because that's where I was previously. And then hopefully they'll drag me into Goon Cocoon.
Grant, they told me not to bring you back in.
I don't think I'm seeing any.
Everyone in here, every single person.
Everyone.
I couldn't believe it. I said no. Grant is a friend,
Well, thank you.
and if I let him in, he'll let me have his leggy.
I did not make such a promise.
Did you send it again?
I just said it again.
Fresh?
I did.
I'm asking.
I sent it again.
Well, okay.
Wait, how am I gonna get Zed in here? Hold on, Zed. I need to send you
Yes.
the Steam friend request.
Oh my.
I'm like, wait a minute. Something's not working right here.
And
Bam.
Let me do this. Hold on. Nope, that doesn't work.
Control W, Control N. Thingy, take reactive. What is it?
Bum.
Make sure that add configuration for how to handle.
Add a friend. There it is. Okay, let me send you my friend code.
sounds good.
Message. There it is. Boom. There it is. DM'd. Red Loop, are you still having issues?
Yeah. Like I'm checking everything I can check to see if something's being sent. Honestly, dude. That's me to you. Yeah, I'm still having issues.
Stand by.
I'm waiting for a ship's whistle right now. Oh my god, fuck. I don't know why that came to my head. Oh fuck.
Nothing in the help guide about what to do when
Okay, that should fix it.
Fugi doesn't have a, thingy-majiggy for the channel not working.
I received a GIF.
Yeah, I had a little bit of my Steam,
Oh,
like in the account. So there you go.
Thank you.
That should fix that shit.
Okay.
Wow, I shouted. Wow.
You see?
Okay. So should I just,
I'm
like,
glad
leave-
your vision's good.
So should I just like leave the game I have up now and just download that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
Okay.
have glasses on.
Okay, I think I have to add Zed again to. Are you in game, Zed?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you find your in-game ID, which is a bunch of numbers?
Wait, hold on, I gotta go.
Let me see.
Fuck, where do I go? I can't remember.
You click your icon on the bottom left, bottom right, and then ID.
Who's a good game? Me.
Yeah, then you
I'm
unlink
good
the eyeball.
Fuck, I can't remember how to do this shit now. God damn it! What the fuck? Oh.
Restart. This can fix the connection between.
Yeah, in the bottom right, you got your little picture. You click it, and then there's your name. There's a little eyeball that you unhide your code with.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, send the ID back to you.
You just gifted it to me. Like, God fucking damn!
Eyeball.
No one has gifted me
It's a
shit.
good
bro.
naughty
I am
store.
not Sure.
Holy
how the
shit.
Fuck to do this? God damn it!
Cat lover.
How am I gonna get AFK kicked?
You're gonna get AFK kick? Well, you better wiggle.
No.
Because I'm a wiggle.
I'm a
It's
wiggle.
wig. It's a wiggle wag.
There we go.
I'm gonna watch Fallout show.
Okay.
Okay.
I had to choose that. I think you need that accepted. I don't know. Yeenie needs pets. Yeah. Here, chat. Look at my beans again.
Okay, so what the fuck do I do here? Because it's manage,
There it is.
uninstall. Yeah.
Invite.
Okay. Gmail. What the fuck?
Boom.
Click
You know, I'm just
that.
gonna invite Grab Nuts.
Whoever it is.
Whoever it is.
Accept gift. The same client.
We're almost there, chat.
I don't
We're
believe
almost
you.
there. You don't believe me?
No, it's been so long.
Yeah.
The fuck?
I'm gonna bite you.
You wouldn't dare.
Sorry,
No, I wouldn't.
It's really.
Oh.
I'm past that. Oh.
Now, some people like the biting.
Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum.
Started the gift activation. If your Steam cloud does not show the gift, click it on your browser instead.
Indigo Garfat.
Get him out of here!
Indigo Garfat.
Yes, sir.
Alright, ding dong. Control R. Nope, that does nothing. Oh wait. It did something. Yeah, I'm still in the chat, thank goodness. I think I'm. Wait, am I still in the chat? Nope, I'm not in the chat. Ah! Yeah. Donk. Donk. I didn't lose connection. It was just a case of.
Oh,
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello.
So yeah, I hit.
I
hit refresh, so it was just like a Control R thing. Hello.
I was like, oh no, I said too many leg jokes again.
Nah, you're good. You're good. You're good. Ooh, I can add Zed as a friend on this platform.
It's true, you can.
Hey, now it's working. Now it's. Hey, there we go. The Fugi thingy is working again. Nice. Yeah.
I'm gonna assume that because it's a private channel, it doesn't automatically connect.
No, so.
No.
Oh, unnamed, I got your invite. I'm just re-downloading the game because I no one's given me something forever, so it's taking me forever.
Okay,
to figure out how to
so
work
Catboy,
it.
you're gonna get a bot. We're just gonna do a round, and then we'll come get you.
That's okay. I'm strong.
Alright.
There you go. You got your normal player.
What'd you go?
Yes, gorilla.
I got a bacon cover now.
Let's go. Let's go.
Look at my gorilla.
The gorilla.
Triangle heads are great conductors for electricity.
Stay away from the poison.
What if I don't want to?
Then you'll die.
Pepper, calm down, buddy.
A name. A name. You
What?
gotta help me.
Oh, this is.
I'm
Gonna
not helping you. You're not on my team.
I've never played this game. I'm scared.
This is gonna be amazing for me.
Chat, help.
This is gonna be amazing.
Cookie. For
Chat, help.
Furry
I'm just a cat. Help, please.
I
don't know. I said hi, Fluffy Fox. Hi, Fluffy Fox. Mwah.
Oh, hi, Fluffy Fox.
Dude, I'm getting an Applebee's commercial
Yo, it's probably about
for a
bad
limited
food.
time. Burger, whole lot of bacon burger.
All the time. Bad food. Come
Yeah.
get it.
I got to talk about how I went to Applebee's one time and I got a steak and it was one of the worst steaks I've ever had in my entire life. I'm not surprised about it. I just had to share. Had to let you know.
Oh shit! Get the gun! I don't remember how to play.
Wait, am I just dead?
Grant,
Okay, hold on.
Grant, go suck a lemon.
Found him.
How do I?
Sorry,
What do the buttons do?
Ah!
Pepper, what you doing, buddy? You being a puppy, yeah, you be my little poppers. You being a
How do I
boy,
pick
yeah,
up?
you're the best of boy.
I got a gun.
You being the best
We're
boy.
gonna go.
Are you using controller or keyboard?
I am
Oh,
on the
fuck.
keyboard.
I
No,
got
I don't know.
a gun.
Keyboard.
No.
That doesn't.
There you are.
Pepper, you want uppy? You want uppy in my chair? Come on, buddy. Big. Oh.
How is the
Jumpy
AI
buddy.
still alive?
Jumpy
The
buddy.
big gun. It's the. Oh shit! No!
Oh shit! Yeah.
Hey, hold on.
No! I don't know how to get back up.
My dog. I'm so sorry.
I got this.
Oh, you fuck!
Who's mom?
I count this as a win.
This AI is being very disrespectful and childish.
I'm not been fished.
Cat boy with the fish.
I got fished.
This is peanut butter plus
Guys,
with a fish.
guys, Grant's trying to boost. We have to get him.
Grant, you motherfucker!
Can't believe Grant has to cheat at friendly games like this. Can't believe you.
Thank you, Fluffy. I'm
This
glad
is why
someone
you
believes me.
Have an Australian.
This is why you get hit with bombs.
That was Japan.
That's right.
That's right.
Pacific's crazy. I got this.
How?
Is the poison
Come on,
moving
there we go,
in?
there we-
Oh, it is.
Oh yeah. You gotta stay in the center.
I don't remember how to throw.
Where's your good boy?
Oh,
Just do what Grant's doing.
I was trying to.
True.
The reason for being up in the sky is so then that way you don't get hit by the poison, but. Yeah. Get fished.
No.
I parrot.
Yeah.
Hey, how do I throw things?
Yeah.
I thought it was just hold it and then hit X.
Trying to remember the vines. I don't remember. Oh!
I'm a loose cannon.
Fucking orange cat!
Chip on the bread, buddy. Yeah. I got all your hair on my leg. I got all your
No,
hairs on
no.
my leg. What the fuck going on?
Man.
That's my plunger. And I need it now.
I guess someone had Taco Bell.
No.
No, is that, come on,
Peppy.
let's go.
Grant, let me down.
Yep, sorry. No, I just was trying to pick up the other cat.
I'm shot. I'm just way down. I just die. I'm alive.
Oh.
You know, you can stay down there.
I gotta get up. I gotta get up.
Ah, you
No.
darn you.
No.
Giga.
I'm so
Not
sorry.
again.
Grant.
There you fucker. No. Save me. Kill the orange cats.
Simba.
Man,
No.
you gotta love it when the game design is like, okay, we're just gonna make the controls as bad as possible.
Oh yeah.
It
I got
is-
this.
Like it's a lot worse than Dark Souls. I will be real with you, where it's like,
Rio!
oh, there is no aiming.
I died.
You can do it, Zed.
Get up, get up.
No, you're not gonna make that. You're not gonna make that. What the fuck?
Yes.
I win.
No.
Thank you, Zed.
Luigi wins by doing nothing.
I'm in.
Figured it out.
That's a good gun. It's a good gun.
I've learned.
Did we die?
I've learned how to play video game.
No. Thanks for the follow, Retro Squeeze.
Oh, retro. Was there
Retro.
was there a raid?
Was there a raid?
I
I did not get a raid.
Oh, you mother.
There's no
Okay.
raid.
Well, we got retro in here. Hey, retro, hope you're doing well. I can't pick up
Oh.
the fucking thing.
I'm coming to get you.
Shit.
Just knock yourself out with the own nunchucks.
I'm
Yeah,
a Shaolin warrior.
It's a chance with the nunchucks. I think it like increases like depending on how
Yeah.
repetitive you do
If
it, but
you-
it is a possibility of doing it on the first hit.
Oh, I've never seen the first hit one.
So
No.
my personal
Fair play, we'll
fave
go.
map wise is the one with the iceberg. That's my personal fave.
Oh, I have had trauma.
So
No, I accidentally pressed the button.
What potion?
God damn it! Like, get on.
No. Oh my god, the hammer. No hammer.
Wow.
Money, no
Thing late.
hammer.
nice.
Be gone, bot.
Try to eat the fish.
Yeah, booty.
I don't like Otter, Team Otter. Team Otter can go to hell.
I got bananas.
Oh, he got
Can't
fucking
hurt me.
cloaked.
And I still get clocked. Ow.
Oh my god.
I got knocked way out.
All right, let's get this cat.
Jack, clip that.
Oh my god, the nunchucks are insane. Oh, I got Zed. Where's the poison? Poison.
Oh.
Oh no.
Did we win? Yeah, let's go.
Hi, Obsidian.
Oh, sorry.
Go fuck me.
Ooh, the rare behind the back attack.
Off my head.
Oh, I'm in the game. Oh, shoot. Frack, I am so sorry.
I don't know what
Fucking AI player, get out of here.
I need him.
Kitty, you need a better teammate.
I got
I'll be
yeeted.
there soon, sort of. Maybe not.
Say, I don't even know how to play.
Oh,
so I
see what
really
you did. Now we're both.
That's what you get. That's what you get.
When you let your heart wear
Fucking AI.
Yeah, they took our jobs.
Is this the real AI versus artist struggle?
I had the bomb and I was thinking, like, you know the scene in the old Batman movie when he, like... Some days you can't
somewhere to put it.
just can't get rid of a bomb.
Got him.
Oh.
Got him.
Am I dead? I am definitely dead now.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Grant's climbing. Get him.
Did I live?
Sorry.
Did I live?
God
Please
damn
tell
it,
me I lived.
Frack. I'm friendly fire. No!
No!
Got him.
No!
No!
Dealt with.
Grant, run!
Fuck. I am not getting kills. It sucks.
I got Grant. Climbing the tree. Team Otter too strong.
Just beating this AI player with a shovel. I don't know if he's
How do I
dead.
throw?
It will be.
Wait. Yeah, how do I get rid of this?
Bank this.
There we go.
You gotta get about the poison.
Ah, damn it, the poison.
I think I'm fine.
Why did the poison go all the way up here?
It's
Damn it.
Everyone kill Team Blue. They're gonna win.
This. You cannot win.
Oh, well.
I tried to warn
Get
you.
up, get up, get
Oh,
up,
no.
get up, get up.
Oh,
Nope,
no.
that's so bad.
Tried to warn.
Zed! No!
Grant, sorry.
It's okay. I know how this game works. It's not fair some days.
No, 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 no.
Warrior.
Yeah, I get him.
No!
I'm a warrior.
What the hell?
No, don't you dare!
Smash Brother knocked me out of the ring.
Oh, damn it.
Oh, we're gonna go outside! Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, get it. Fuck.
I died. No.
Oh no. Eventually you'll let yourself. Or not.
Damn.
Hey,
the winner.
Burlo got a win.
You
Good job.
you murked them.
Thanks.
Get over here.
Oh no.
No, no.
You've been disarmed. No. No. So no.
Oh no.
Get that ass.
Get up, get up, get up, get
Fuck
up.
him up.
But on
Fuck
the
'em up, fuck 'em
path
up.
to revenge, dig 2 graves, Ed.
No.
I'm dead.
Oh shit.
No! Oh, god damn you.
I'm gonna brick you. I'm gonna
No,
brick
no,
you.
no, 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 no.
Oh,
He
God.
punched you.
No, that stupid idiot. Oh no.
Here we go. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, god damn you. No, no.
Goodbye.
Sometimes
Get him,
I don't
get him, get him,
understand
get him,
the
get him,
gas.
get him.
Sometimes it takes like 4 seconds, and another time it's like, oh, instance.
It,
like,
depends
yeah.
it depends on your health, actually.
Come on.
Get him out! Get him out! Get him! Get him out! Hey! We got it! We got it! Yay! We got it!
We did it! Don't let Grant get the boomerang. He'll kill us all.
Do it, Grant.
I
I
don't know
got
how to.
spinach.
He's gonna break our necks like the kangaroo.
I mean, he's got a couple ways to break our neck.
Give me the brick. Suck brick, kid. Home Alone. Home Alone 2, actually.
No.
I like when your character can't figure out how to pick something up, so it just twists.
Bro, like, doesn't know how to fucking use items.
I died it.
No.
No.
There's like a level of execution to things. Oh, there it is.
What the fuck? Grant got back.
Yeah. It's not fair, is it? It's not fair when you can just get.
AI
We're
motherfucker.
going together. We're going together.
Oh, you got it.
I lived.
Okay.
I fucking lived.
I tried to help.
No.
Fucking clip it. I fucking lived.
I threw the bomb.
No! Oh
Yeah! Yeah!
are
Good
the
job,
bomb.
Catboy! Ah, shit!
Ah! Just after I knocked unnamed, I get like whacked by an arrow.
An arrow just sends you fucking out.
No. He's too powerful. He's got a billion tons.
That's 1,000 tons.
Billion tons.
Math is a really cool thing.
Oh no.
Still on it, baby.
Hush, hush. If I get my other hand on this, you're gonna regret things.
Oh, I just
Oh,
died
no,
instantly.
come on,
Okay, sure. Well.
Hush.
Oh no. Oh no.
God damn you, AI.
What happened? What happened?
This
What
will be
happened?
interesting. AI, run!
Darn
Oh,
you, light.
oh,
no,
no.
you don't. No, you
Die
don't.
with me.
I have
Die
worked too
with me.
hard on this ping.
I don't remember how to get back up.
Unnamed, come back down here and die with me.
Get the banana.
There we go.
Got him!
Oh,
Oh no no no! You bastard.
Grant goes fine.
Yep.
No! Damn it!
You waited for me, didn't you?
Where are you?
Oh.
I live!
You have to do it for all of us.
No!
You can't let him win.
I bananaed him! I bananaed him, get him!
No!
Yes!
Damn it!
Oh.
Yes!
You knocked me out the ring.
Holy shit!
Sorry, Zed.
All right, Red Loop, you ready?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
But yes.
Dude, so that last round, it started, I punched Grant, picked them up, then the karate kicked me in the head, and I just fell in the pit. And
I didn't get enough level.
Are you
Pretty good,
you
damn
are ready, Red Loop?
Yeah.
Okay. Then we gotta go back.
Oh, not the typhoon.
He tried to drop
excuse me.
kick me, and I somehow ducked and he went out the ring.
Yeah, the
How do you
minute that
throw
happened, I was just like, no.
How do you throw?
Did you hold punch to charge it up?
Oh.
Oh yeah, hold on. We're going back. We're going back, guys. Is there a way for me to go back? There it is.
Guys, the bus is turning around because they forgot the slow kid.
Okay, there you go. We're going back. We're going back. We're gonna pick up our remainder.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, I get to have taken by.
We're picking up our special son.
Elmo.
Needle box! Oh!
Alright, so kick the AI player.
Hi, Obsidian.
What?
Everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Head pats and hearts for everybody. Here you go.
Hellos.
Oh, woo.
Oh, whoa.
I hate the sub.
Okay, random teams are on.
Oh, right bumper. No, I'm accepting white. There we go. I hit accept. I don't know if it.
Oh
accepted
shit!
or
What did I
not.
do?
Big teams.
You did. You changed the setting.
There we go. There we go.
Big team battle. Hello.
First through the room door.
It wouldn't let me accept for some reason.
It wouldn't.
Hey, unnamed.
No.
Yeah.
Try sending it again.
When are we playing big team battle?
Big team battle, like
Yeah.
in here or
Halo 3.
Ooh.
Whoa, I see how it is.
Murglow, when are we playing big team battle in Halo 3?
Oh, I want to play one bomb assault on Avalanche.
Why wouldn't it let you in, Red Loop? Let me try again.
I hit the bumper that it wanted me to
Avalanche,
hit. It would not let me. So, oh well.
Wait.
I'm coming in.
He's coming.
Yeah.
Flex.
Oh boy.
I can
Oh
flex
boy,
too.
he coming.
I can flex too. Oh, my hands not tracking. My hands are not tracking. I can't flex.
One more time.
Oh, if only there was someone in here with hand tracking and animations, so they could do flexing like this.
It's
Grant,
Yeah, if only someone,
we were only
like,
meant to do one type of flexing.
had
not
a
two.
cute butt.
Yeah, like
It's
on
also
Nate
me. It's
and
also
Giga
me.
and Margot.
Yeah,
I
it's me.
like we broke up the otter team.
Me and Frack will never lose. You guys are doomed.
I'm thirsty. I'm gonna have some tequila.
I have never seen this map.
No.
Tequila.
Dude, I'm already getting high, so.
Fake Wellen.
Yo.
I'm gonna get
I'm
another
thinking,
iced mocha.
I can
Moo?
move. I can move.
Bush goody.
Get closer.
Can you?
Moo.
That's
Moo.
not a moo. That's a baby moo.
I don't need a zebra to tell me what a moo is.
I don't need no instructions to know how to rock. Pete, I mean, I don't.
Now, if Shay critiqued my moo, I would listen. If Shake was just like slammed his hand on the table, was just like, your moo is dog shit, I'd be like, okay.
All right.
I wouldn't say that.
There is.
Check
was
what's
thinking
that. Is that
if you
the
did.
ocean? That's the ocean.
Once
It's the
again,
ocean.
You're gonna have
I think that's Greta Van Fleet.
Get the fuck
That's a music joke for y'all.
get out of here.
Oh, I like the pig. The pig is cool.
I was not able to.
If your persona is in the game, you have to play as your persona. I feel.
That's right.
I will when I unlock.
Okay, my controller is. Oh, there we go. Cool.
Come here, fucker! No, Borg, I'm on a Borg! Why'd you do this to us?
And I'm about to board.
Where do you think we're going, huh?
Oh, bye.
There's a panic in his...
Oh, you asshole, Grant.
I did
Ah,
not.
no.
Kicking is
look,
bad.
there's a
It's
little
not
car.
Ah!
Everything you say to me.
good. Makes me
Hi,
one step
Tart.
closer to the edge. And
I'm
I'm about to
getting
break.
raided. Hi, Tar!
Tart.
Hi, Raiders! Welcome, I'm kicking their asses. How was your stream? How was Tar's stream, everyone?
Touch stream was good. I was watching.
You were watching?
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
While playing
Margot.
here?
I tripped.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
Should be watching.
I can't believe it.
Everyone follow Tarth. He's adorable.
Yeah, let me give Tarth a
He's
shout
very
out.
nice.
Since I'm
Yeah, everyone
dead,
follow
thanks, Frack.
Frack his friend.
He's half of Team Goodest Boys with Catboy.
That's true. That is true.
Team Goodest Boys.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hey, give Charles a follow. They got comfy streams. They're awesome streams. And then when Catboy's there, it's weird.
Just get off! No, my car! I just got insurance.
Oh my God! You turned into Will Smith and iRobot. Get off my car!
Oh, I thought it was Chris Rock at the Oscars.
No, I'm being run over by my own car. I'm Jeremy Renner. Help, please!
It's going faster. It's going faster. Look at Grant running.
He's really legging it.
Parkour! Oh, fuck!
Whoa.
Don't worry. I have the great equalizer.
Done?
No.
Diarrhea?
Just fish.
Grant's just playing a platformer at this point.
That's what it feels like. Oh, no, I'm hitting the wrong damn button. Woo! I'm too fat for this!
And these bananas just don't feel effective.
You gotta be surgical with them.
Gotta save
Yeah.
up for a bomb or something.
Check this out. You ready?
It's okay.
Three,
Grant just fucked up. 100%. 100%. I don't
Let's
believe in
jam.
Grant. I don't believe in you.
I got
It's coming. It's coming. Coming.
Oh shit!
I like how Grant was on the
No,
platform
no,
part,
no, no!
and if you just went a little bit to the side, there's no platform.
That sounds fun, Tarth.
And I'm about to break. Sorry,
Oh,
I don't know.
I'm gonna come.
I have a cartoon bomb. You're all doomed.
Unless you're back into rage.
Oh. Don't you
No, not all of us. Damn it, Grant.
Damn it, Grant! This is your fault!
What did I do?
Frack, no!
Frack, yes!
Frack! Frack hurt.
I'll get up,
Holy
get up,
shit.
get up. Oh, god damn it.
Oh,
Got him.
Like, let me go. Not like that.
who's my fucking teammate?
Me again!
No!
Oh my god.
Oh, no, I've been fished.
Welcome back from the ads, everyone.
And I'm about to fish.
I really gotta check who's my teammate.
Me
Oh,
again!
man, I need to fish.
Oh, again?
Gosh darn it.
Get him!
I've tried.
It's too slippery.
No, fish is turned off.
What? I have a fish right here.
Oh, Reagan! Thank you for gifting the sub. Tarth, enjoy it.
Oh yeah, Reagan.
Well,
Cat, eat the fish. You'll get strength.
I tried.
I gotta be surgical.
There.
Oh shit!
Who's my? Nope, that's not it actually.
Get his ass.
Oh shit!
Oh.
Oh, it's close. Watch out.
No.
Uh-oh. That's bad.
Oh, it's good because look at that.
Calculated.
Oh. Oh my god.
Oh
He's
my
like,
god.
Fall Guys has trained
Oh,
for this.
darn.
Gosh, Bork.
Oh!
God damn, where'd that come
Give me the
from?
hammer. Give me. No, you're not a hammer.
No! You son of a bitch!
No, 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 no!
Where was your mercy for me?
Right, you bastard, get away from me!
Oh, that was close.
I'm okay, Pepper. I'm okay, Pepper.
Bombs.
Bomb. Bomb bomb.
Nope,
It's yours, my friend.
Bomb.
Grant, you motherfucker!
No, no.
Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that, Frank?
Meow.
I'm trying to grab a bomb.
Everything you say to me.
No. That stupid banana.
There we go.
Why do you always
What's the
have
bomb? What's the bomb?
No. Oh, you
Nice.
No! Come
Yeah, that's what you
on.
got, Grant.
I'm living dangerous.
There we go.
You forget unnamed. I have been practicing on this treadmill.
Yeah, but banana!
Hey, how did you get hit with the hammer? Not get knocked out.
I'm good at this game.
Oh, sorry, Pepper.
Oh, banana. No.
Yes.
Oh, man.
calculated. Oh Jesus, that's not calculated. No.
Calculate this.
No. Oh.
Yeah.
I wanted to fish.
I can do
It will be my
each.
end.
I can do each of the platforming fine.
Keep going. Keep running.
Oh my god.
I died finally. I actually turned my camera 180. I'm looking down the path.
Get it, Zed. No.
Yeah. Banana.
Damn. Oh no, my V-notch stopped tracking. I'm dying.
Here are you.
Wow.
Oh.
Taking on a trip. Or not.
Am I alive? I'm alive.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah. That would be crazy. Yeah, it's a fun little pile of being electrocuted.
No.
Let me back in.
No. Oh.
Damn you fucker.
I don't like this. I
That's
don't
what
like
you
this
get, you
map.
son of a bitch.
I just kept shocking you all.
I don't like this map.
It's
That
rough.
Incident.
I don't know what I'm doing,
No.
if I'm honest.
It's okay.
There we go.
A parting gift.
Oh, Jesus. Ugh. Crazy bombs. Hello?
Bombs?
Get up. Get up. The fuck up.
The piece of wood killed me!
No.
I got stuck under the wood.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm trying to focus so hard right now. Shit.
Lock in.
Lock the fuck in.
Oh no.
No.
Ow.
Got it.
No.
I did it. I
No.
activated it. I did it. Yes.
Holy sh.
Uh-oh.
No.
Ah.
Ah!
Bomb was too heavy.
It's just a question of timing now.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
You did it, Giga!
Oh my god.
My god.
Game is so hot. It's so fucking sweaty. What the fuck?
The ultimate weapon.
Dude, I thought I was sweaty earlier when I was playing Cine 2 Nerdle on my
Happy
phone.
birthday.
Ah!
Oh no.
No, my nunchucks.
No, Grant, are you out?
No, I have done this.
Oh, you're on the side.
I
Oh, yeah.
have done this song and dance before. I know. How
You've doomed us all.
I know how
dumb.
to get out of this.
Oh, I don't know how to get out of this.
Thanks for coming, Tart. Thanks for the raid. Bye. Have a good one. Get
You
some
died
rest.
on the wrong side anyway.
Oh, sorry. What the?
Oh shit, bomb.
Yes. No. Oh, that was close.
Woo.
Got him. They call me Bomb Voyage.
Coming with me.
Frack, I need you to lock the fuck in.
Brock is dead.
Took one down with
I
me.
know.
Don't get fished.
I almost fished you.
Oh. Come on, get up, motherfucker. Oh, I'm coming fast.
Nope. No.
Yeah, that's right.
Ah, let me up. Oh crap! And no, and came quick. Crap.
I got you. I hope. I pray. I'm clenching so hard right
Oh,
now.
I bashed him, but I didn't kill him.
No! What the? Why didn't I? No. You don't know how much that upset me just then, where it was like pressing jump 3 times.
Dude, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You were down forever.
You know when you just don't get up?
I hit him dead in the back of the head.
Come on, come on.
I wonder what happens if the time runs out.
Jenkins.
The time runs out? We won't know now.
God damn.
You.
Hammer.
Wrong way.
No, you don't.
Oh, no.
If I only had a hammer, I'd hammer every
Just leave that
nail.
there. Got him.
Get up, motherfucker. Sorry for the language.
What the fuck?
Watch your profanity.
It's a Machiavelli belt. Just Machiavelli. You're be nice and not hit a goddamn bomb.
Everybody's sleeping.
I'm EP.
Come on, Zach. Come on, Zach.
I'm wired
I'm back in.
awake. I have no excuse.
Have a gun.
You got this.
No.
I got him. I protected you all. Remember me.
No, 2A. No.
Okay, I'm fine.
I got rid of a threat.
You got this. Come on. Almost there.
It's all you. Now, Frax, just survive. Survival.
Aw, damn it, Zed.
Try to hit me with a fish. I'm having a hard enough time. Ow!
Ooh.
No.
Oh shit, Zed!
Frack, just live. No, Frack, just choose life.
Come on, Frack.
I have to choose to live or kill.
Get it, Frack. Get him, Frack.
Okay, easy game.
Frack, go mid. Save your energy.
Bomb.
Oh no, Popeye's coming. Oh no.
Alrighty.
The banana! Yes! I got him! Frack, I got him!
Poorly. I've not done very
He's
well
a banana.
against the Americans here.
Hi, Grant chat. You should come to my chat. Team America.
America.
Stick to this one.
Yeah, America.
Alright,
Here to save the
ice
mother.
water, please.
No.
I'm gonna get him.
No.
Yes, I got him! Banana time!
Got a little too much knockout.
Frack.
None of them
Go,
are
Frack.
slow.
Go, Frack, just go.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. That was a mistake.
Oh,
Let's go.
GG.
We got out of this
No.
merciless round.
God,
Bruh.
conveyor belt.
Bananas. I hit the
Bruh.
Conveyor
banana
belt is
snipe.
pain.
Good.
Everyone in chat, you gotta follow local cat boy. I got the best banana snipes. Here we go. Follow
No, I want to get up.
If you follow me, I'll do another booby stream.
Hey, yo.
what?
Ayo. Wait, do I have a fucking... Speaking of booby streams, where's my goal?
Where
Booby.
is your booby redeem?
Where's your booby redeem?
Yeah.
It's a bit
punk.
requirement actually.
Tiddy.
Hang on a second. Let me double check what the bit is for the broken ass. Like, where is it? Hang on a second. Where are you?
Everything you say to me.
Here you go. Here's a sub goal for boobies. For another booby stream.
Oh, you're only at 23. I'm only at like 12.
Did I level up yet? Did I level up? How do I?
Can't do it now.
How do I level up? I can't level up in game.
Well, you level up.
Gotta go back.
You do level up, but you don't get to use the stuff until
I
you
see.
get out of the game.
I want to be the bull.
Yeah.
Got 5 seconds.
No, I gotta wait till we go out of the game.
Everybody.
Nut.
Nut.
No, I got it. No, you ready?
Nut.
Got it.
Mark Nut.
See you later.
They still doing Mark Nut?
Yeah, after they're shut down, they will mark
Rest
Nut.
in peace.
Hey, chat.
I don't.
Unnamed will be jealous of this.
What?
Nah, too late. You didn't see it.
What was it?
None.
Oh my god.
Red chat, come over here and tell me what it is.
Unnamed, I'm scared.
Just.
Who's my teammate?
I got hit by this box. Help me,
Oh,
please.
Catboy's mine.
Owie. You pushed me to
Push me.
No.
And then just touch me.
And then
Get my.
I mean, that happens sometimes too, but
touch me. Touch me. I want to feel your body.
You can get my Mark Nut.
Oh.
Well, I think I needed to grab onto something, huh?
No! How did I let go?
I think we're all gonna die. Oh, everybody died.
who fell last? Who fell last, though? That's gonna be the thing.
Oh,
If I'm going out, I'm taking you all with me.
Kick his ass, Catboy!
Oh, fuck.
No! Furry Cures, you
Me when I
can't be
miss on the
spoiling
fish.
unnamed like that. How dare
Furry
you.
Cures.
There it is!
No!
No, Catboy, grab it!
No,
Wake up
I'm
and grab it!
I'm trying. No.
Oh no!
Fish.
I got this.
I got fish.
You both dead. You both
Go
dead.
full!
You both dead.
I'm
Sorry,
okay.
who counted first?
Yeah!
I did it.
I have the nuke. I have the nuke. Ah. No. No.
I'm here.
No! Damn it! Reagan!
Oh, yay! Thanks, Reagan.
Oh, suck a lemon.
Oh, Zeb.
Oh. Look at all the people on the chain. What the shit?
No.
No, you're good, Zed. You're good, Zed. You're
I'm
good, Zed.
fine. I'm fine. Easy game.
Oh my god.
Emotion!
Oh, damn
I didn't
it.
actually
Oh,
fall in the turbine, but I died
Zed,
anyway.
grab the chain! The chain!
The chain.
no. Motherfucker.
chain.
Go.
Oh,
I just let you down.
Grab the
That's a
chain!
bomb.
Oh, that is a bomb. Oh, fuck.
Shit, frack.
Oh, come on!
That hit me with 500.
Come on!
That was 500.
Such a rude hyena.
You're hanging out for dear life.
Oh, good fish.
Oh, survive.
Let's
Survive.
The zebra who lived. Oh, you think so, Hendrix?
Come here, kitty.
Oh, no. Why are you
Oh,
so
can I?
good at punching?
Are you stuck? Hello?
So bad at punching.
Up's going
there
up.
you go.
Going up.
I don't know how to throw people. I've seen people fling people. I don't know how that's. Oh.
No, take it away from him. Take it away from him.
Take it away from.
Take it away.
Okay.
Oh, really, Lionor?
Got him! Got him!
I did it.
I got him! Oh, no,
You
there
did it,
they
Catboy! Hopefully, no. Oh,
Yes!
Yes!
Yes, I bombed him perfectly!
Oh my god.
Let's go.
Lollipop.
Dropping me at the
Lollipop.
end. And then I've just got
I'm
to
out of
guard
here.
it.
I'm out of here. Fuck this.
Quack.
Ow! God damn you.
Come here, kitty. Come here, kitty. Oh, I fucked up. No, not.
Oh no, get
not
up,
like,
get up.
Not like this.
I
Not
did
like
it.
this.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh, we're
they're all here. They're all here.
Hell yeah.
All right. Come on.
I know I held on to you for dear life a minute ago, Shake, but it's time to go.
Oh, fuck me.
Damn it.
Oh my god. The violence.
Oh, no. No. No, wake me up.
Wake me up.
I keep forgetting how to drop that.
I'm not. Oh,
Oh,
Are we all on the chain?
who am I holding on? No.
I'm on the chain.
Where am I on?
Shake. Shake. We're on the
Oh,
Jesus Christ, a massacre. Oh no.
I'm coming, kitty.
Help, I'm in danger. Magic potion. I need the magic potion.
Come here, you fucker. No.
Oh my god.
Don't hurt
Oh my
friend.
god.
Damn it.
Fuck you.
No.
Giga, I'm sorry.
No.
That's okay. I think I'm fine.
No,
Fine.
I'm not.
Yes, kitty. We did it.
Oh my god.
Here we
I got
go.
it with the bomb again.
Ah, no, I
Damn
wasn't
it.
able to roll
We
right.
fucking did it. Yay.
That's right.
I wasn't able to roll in the right
Nunchaku.
time. I rolled too
Team,
soon.
Team Wolfbark. Team Wolfbark.
What the fuck?
I got launched out the other side of the ring.
That was crazy.
Someone
Okay,
clip
fuck,
that. That was
fuck,
great.
fuck.
Oh, I'm sleepy. I'm so sleepy.
Oh my god.
And maybe we can grab it together.
Oh,
No. None.
Oh. no, I'm so sleepy.
When you die alone.
Please.
Oh.
Was it worth it? Was it worth it? Get away from my chain! Damn vagrants! I hurt myself.
I got this.
I
Ow.
hurt myself today.
See if I still feel.
The same.
I'm pulling it away! Yeah!
No! Ah, god damn it!
Yes!
I
No.
don't know how I did it
Who's
in the
left?
last
He's-
game, but I was
he's too
able
strong.
to roll forwards as if I was on like a plane and such when just after the black hole like went off. So then that way it was a case
It's okay,
of
banana.
making the
No.
distance.
Banana will take care of him.
And I've
You
not been
bananaed
able
me.
to replicate that.
Oh, you bananaed me.
Get in there! Pull it away from him!
No.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, cow! And fuck you, whale! No!
Yes.
No! No!
Yo, yo.
I see the. I'm coming home.
Do I get points for knocking people out with a bomb like that?
Busty boy supremacy.
Yes, that's right.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice your model. Holy shit.
That's right.
That was the red team.
Red team, baby.
Photo
I leveled
bomb.
up.
That's how
Okay,
you
I
do it.
leveled up. Let me.
To the
Get what I
lobby.
want.
Let
This
you want us to pull back?
Yes.
I can pull back. I'll pull back. I'll pull us out.
Lobby,
We'll,
please.
we'll switch.
I
We'll
need-
switch to 4v4.
I gotta be a cow.
We'll go crazy with 4v4.
I'm crazy.
Ah!
Go crazy.
How do I leave? So
Hold on.
leave
No,
game.
no, you don't have to leave. Lobby info, and then I can end it.
End
Go
the
crazy.
game.
There you go. See?
Get stupid.
Get the duck!
Oh,
1,500 goddamn cookies?
Heck yeah. Guys, Lionel followed me back. It's because I'm pretty cool, I know.
I don't think that's true. You're not kind of cool.
Unlocking full version. No.
Wait, full version? What?
God.
I gotta buy the game.
That's dumb.
For what?
Oh, solo. Oh, shit.
Well,
What?
in that case,
free for all.
that's sad.
Oh, I don't want that game. I don't want that map. Let's get rid of that map.
My name map.
What map was it?
The
It
conveyor
was the
belt.
fucking conveyor belt.
No.
What did the cookies get me?
Yeah, what do
Put that-
cookie get?
Put that cookie down. No.
No.
I'm not EPs
I ref-
already. I've just sat down for a long while.
Hold on. I gotta gamble. I'm sorry. I gotta gamble.
Of course you do.
Did you get an egg coin?
I did. I also got a lizard from it, so it was a real egg.
Huh?
What?
I thought you were gonna
When?
do something else with the egg.
Huh?
What am I
that's
gonna do with the
later.
egg? Yeah. Okay. What? Who's spectator? Did you see that?
Oh, what the fuck? What a
There's a-
nightmare.
A prevert showed up.
I hear the chips.
I hear the chips. He's pulling out the chips.
Yeah.
Serious mode engage.
Dorito feet.
You can hear the munch.
That was on purpose.
Hendrix with the 25-month
Oh,
tier
thank
1
you,
sub.
Hendrix, for the
Oh
for the
snap!
resub.
Hi Grant.
Woo! It's
Oh,
over
Hendrix is a little bean.
Hendrix is a great. They've been subscribed now for over 2 years, which is great.
Oh, awesome.
So,
Heck yeah.
God, I
Yeah, Hendrix.
Chad, I love you. You should all leave.
A cool chatter.
Grant.
You should all leave right now.
You should all...
I don't know why
Zed, kill him. Zed, kill him.
Oh, Mike, why is my team so big? Oh, that's Grant's.
Oh, hello.
No!
Zed, we hugging? Why are we hugging?
Swim quickly!
Excuse me, sorry. Excuse me, let me grab this. No, what the fuck? Let me up. Let me up. Let me up! Oh my god, Christ on a bike. I'm sorry.
Hello.
Hello.
Apologies.
no, they're
Excuse
here.
me.
Ah,
Excuse me.
missile.
No.
I am the King Borker,
Oh my god.
Oh, why did my own
and
teammate
you
kick
are
me
my
off the
subject.
Hey guys, what's up?
boat? We
Get
got
off my boat!
Hey guys, I'm
Oh
just,
my god, here we go.
hey guys, I'm just chilling.
Son of a bitch! Red Loop, you bastard!
No,
No, Catboy, hold on to me!
I'm trying.
Oh no!
No.
No, no, you get away from me. Nope. No, 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 no.
Go, Jack.
No, Grant!
Excuse me, excuse me.
Get
excuse me.
bananaed,
Let me-
Frank. You are not safe now.
Ow!
I did it! Zed, kill him!
I'm trying to. No, 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 bad fish. Get away. No, bad fish.
Grab the fish.
Let go of the fish!
I'm trying.
How do you climb?
Right trigger and then hold Y? Unless you
Yeah,
just
it's
keep I don't know.
it's grabbing. It's jump and
Let go
grab.
of me, Grant.
No, banana!
No!
I'm stuck. I am
I-
badly
God
stuck.
damn you.
I'm yelling to the tube. I'm about to
Get
come.
out.
I'm about to come.
I hate this boat. This dumb fucking U-boat.
I'm taking this with me. Never go away. I'm taking this with me. No, I'm taking this.
You know what? Soldier Boy said when he saw the submarine.
I'm taking this.
I took you.
Holy
Goodbye.
shit! Flex on me. Ah!
Shake. I just collected you.
Can't even get up.
I died. I got shredded into the turbine.
I'm being camped. You saved me, kitty.
Okay. Do I have to drop the...
I don't understand the controls at all.
It's okay.
Right.
All you need to do is punch.
Time to tab out.
I had to tab out and Google search like I did.
Yeah.
I'm about to be swarmed. Oh, there is another red team. Okay.
You fucker.
No! Help me, Red!
No!
Help me!
No, I got bombed right in the head.
I'm stuck. Why am I stuck again?
No! Don't do it! Don't do it! I'm a virgin!
I'm sacrificing you.
What a classic.
No, please.
Oh, no! Oh, you mother...
Frack. Wow, Frack.
I'm a stripper.
No.
No.
God damn you,
Who
Luke.
fished on me?
Not like this.
Oh, this is...
Damn it.
Swim.
Survive. IJ stayed to a flip, no balls.
You have to
Here,
flip.
I'll do a flip. Flip.
Yeah, do
there,
flip.
I flipped.
Flip. I liked your flip.
I'm sorry, Catboy. It has to be like this.
Oh!
No.
Oh no, Zed.
What happens if you stand on it?
Oh, why did I get in here? Oh, no!
Oh, okay, so that's what happens.
Did you go in the fucking tube?
No, I was holding on to it.
Whoop, no.
I died. I got punched to death.
Indicted.
What? Oh, the missile. Damn.
Whoa,
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
The boat left me
What's
behind.
wrong?
Wait, who's my team again? Oh, yeah, I'm blue. That's right.
What? No.
Oh, sorry, I did.
I was invisible too.
What?
Get fished!
No!
Get fished!
Ow, damn it.
Get fished.
Come on.
I'm
Come
the
on.
captain now.
I'm still in
Look
it.
at me.
Still in
Look
it.
at me. I'm the captain now.
Come on.
Oh my god, they're all
Why am I
here.
stuck?
You missed the fish!
I slingshot at myself.
Ow.
We can lose one.
We did it!
Party.
Yeah, it's really hard to take out one person when you're three. Just saying, you know. And I got my Johns ready,
Goodbye.
guy. You know.
Goodbye.
I'll hold you up.
Oh, I've been fished.
Swim!
Doggy paddle.
Remember me.
I did.
That's that movie with Robert Pattinson, with the ending. You know the
when you
ending
got hit
of
in the head
it.
with the fish.
We did it. We got a crown.
Wait, the one where he's
No,
in the
you-
Twin Towers?
You should Google it. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
That's not really funny, but you know.
No, that's.
No.
Oh my
honestly just
god.
following-
Shit, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Oh god. I was coming to run out of the back and do a big missile drop kick into Frack's head, and then a missile sent me away.
Oh no, wrong person. Oh no, not the hole, not the hole.
Hello, Shake.
The boat is literally
Oh my
fucking
god,
me.
I'm being bullied.
Don't dance me, bro.
I'm sorry. Ah! Oh my god, they survived. Grant, they survived.
Oh, come on! How did you miss? There we go.
Oh my
No,
god.
no,
the
no, 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 no,
team's
no,
all
no.
Here.
How? How did the team survive at this rate?
Carefully.
My name a team. Oh, hey, what's up?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, a goddamn banana.
No! What the fuck?
The wind.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Hi,
No,
Grant.
Marlo.
Look, I get that the
You're a
controls
pro,
are
you can't
meant
do
to be
this.
unruly.
Yes!
No,
But-
Yes!
damn it!
Yes! Bullseye!
I get that the controls
Sorry, I
are meant to
named-
be unruly, but holy shit, does it have moments where it's like, oh, you want to roll?
Oh, it's
instead of
rough.
headbutt.
No,
I'm just
the
like,
controls are bad.
Ugh.
Oh my
Yes!
god.
Frack!
No.
You did it!
Damn.
I'm gonna be a stripper, mom.
Son of a bitch.
Let's fucking go.
I fucking hate this game.
And we're only an hour and a half into it. We're only an hour and a half into this, and already it's irking on the, yep, I am done with my sillies.
Oh, spaghetti.
Whoa, I didn't even
The
move.
fuck?
I just stayed there.
First one of the day. Castleween.
Don't fall off the castle and stay alive.
Who's an asshole?
Mine?
Ayo.
Hey, Chet.
Yay.
Hallowed be thy ween. They're gonna hollow my what? The ween.
Make sure you don't hit your own teammates like last game.
I'll do it
I
again.
guarantee
Sorry.
nothing.
Kill them.
Hi, Big DJ. Make sure to unfollow Grant. Thank you for coming.
Big DJ,
no,
hello.
you wanna keep following me, thank you. I know the numbers.
Yeah, keep following Grant, everyone.
I like the sincerity.
What is this? I don't like that.
Oh, it's so dark.
Grant goes, no. You follow.
Oh, get off of me.
God damn it.
Ow.
Sorry.
I
And...
got the thing.
Oh.
Ooh, it's mine now.
My question is, can you tell your teammates in the dark?
And bam.
Oh, you can.
I'm a cat.
Ah!
Hello. No, you can't take me. No, you cannot.
The fuck out
No,
of
you
Grant.
Can't take.
Yeah. Leg
Who's
up.
this?
You
Who's a
can't take
teammate?
That's me. That's me.
You can't
Oh.
take me.
No, unnamed. Zed's trying to take me. Come back.
Oh wait, Zed's yes.
Zed's trying to get me.
Grant, that is the second time you've knocked my ass out.
Sorry.
Oh my god, we going crazy for it.
Let me go. Let me go.
Go crazy.
Oh Jesus,
Don't shoot
Frack.
me.
Let me go.
Oh, god damn you. Oh.
No, we're all friends here, except for. What is it?
Oh fuck.
The corgi. Kill the corgi.
Fell.
Yeah, get the car.
Corgi is friend.
Not the
Corgi is
cat.
friend. Don't hurt Corgi.
No.
Corgi
kill
is not
corgi.
friend. Oh, the duck's here. Oh shit, the castle is falling.
Holy shit,
Slowly.
I am terrible.
Yo, stay away from it.
How do I swing the shovel?
To play this.
You need to have both hands on it.
I know this was gonna suck even on American speeds or Australian
You're
speeds.
fucking
and here I am
corny.
playing it as
There
an
we go.
American.
No,
Come on, wake up!
My God, frack.
No, damn it!
We did it.
Get
Green team.
Get bananas.
Yeah.
I don't know a lot about Angola, but Angola's in trouble. Sorry, that's a reference and a half.
Grant
That was
AFK, bully
a-
him.
Charles Barkley said that.
AFKs will
Infamously.
be thrown off the tower.
AFKs will be, yeah, until morale improves.
AFK's leggies will be eaten.
Hoomst.
Homestead of?
Oh, fucking fish!
That fish was me. Thank you for the
Told
hyper
me.
himbo sky. I really need it.
Damn it!
God. Just on a
Do not like
losing
being an ice
streak
cube.
here.
Yeah, how do you
Oh,
like
damn
it?
it.
Yeah, how do you like it?
Who's friendly?
Not the duck.
Clearly, it's me. I'm friendly.
Frozen.
I found this. Yeah, how about that?
Shoot him, Grant! I mean, for frack.
No, have a gun.
Whoops.
Let's an otter have a gun, honestly.
The government.
Oh! Here, I'll shine a light! Ah!
Oh, goodbye. I got sent
We're
to hell.
going together!
Got him.
No!
Fish.
I got the right one.
Oh.
Yes, I got the right one. Cool.
Damn.
No, get out of there, frack.
I put the right dog
Got a
down.
light.
Bury the light.
Friend? No.
Friend. Yes.
Football friend.
No, it's a 1v1. Bye.
Oh my God.
There you go.
Oh, goodbye.
Oh my god.
Nice work.
Woohoo!
You are correct, Sage. The game is a bit of a fever dream, and it controls about as much as a lucid dream.
I got these lucid dreams. I am an animal. But did I help? I think I helped.
Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Get up, he's gonna do it!
I tried to catch it. Goodbye.
No!
Shake
You
watched
fool.
me die. Shake watched me die.
God damn you.
What if,
Yes.
what if we pulled a goof?
Keep them there. Keep them
No.
there.
What if we pulled a goof and all played as the same animal on this map?
Oh, fuck! You did this.
El Bombo.
Worth it.
Nope. Oh my God.
Holy shit! Oh, watching the clip.
Now that was pod racing right there.
Oh, yes!
Oh, someone is speaking.
Oh,
in
it
the
happened
bad
again?
internet. I'm not even in the worst of internet. I'm
Take
looking
this.
at. Because here's the thing: it's like it's not really screen cheating because
Okay,
we're all on the same
okay.
screen,
just
but
run.
Interesting.
Check this guy.
unnamed. I'm watching their screen and it's like, oh yeah.
Yes!
their FPS
Wait,
is
Wally
their ping
grabbed-
is like 200.
Oh, shake.
Mine
we
is
got
like
him.
Banana peel.
180.
I gotta go,
We got him.
go. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So close.
All the bananas are
They're
in.
covered in bombs.
Bomb will do it.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Good job, team.
There we go.
Team.
He just had no quit left in him.
Go sports.
Who was that? Was that Zed or Loop left over?
That was me. Grant.
No.
Me reversing Grant was insane. I don't know how that even happened.
No, who on the blue team was it? Because that was crazy.
Oh
That was me. That was me.
Oh, you had no quit left in your body.
It was like I was just pounding the buttons, like trying to, and it's like grab. Oh my god, yes.
No, the dock. Grant, what you're going through is the same thing I went through when I played at 3 in the morning with you guys.
We will not have AFK in this house.
I'm taking a nap.
No, just my ping to an Australian server.
All right. Oh wait, no, I don't know if that's.
You
one
can
of my
sleep when
teammates.
you're
Shit.
dead.
I'm chilling.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's up? Hello.
Oh my god, I cannot take this duck down.
You slippery little otter.
Which one?
Just in bed.
What?
Who will?
No.
Hey, we finally got that fucking tennis
Yeah,
racket away from him, though.
Don't give me that.
No, not the edge. Get up.
Oh,
Jesus
I
Christ.
fell. I was
I just
skating
got
way too
deleted.
close.
He fell.
Operation
okay.
Banana.
what the
Living.
fuck?
We living somehow?
Oh,
Little friendly fire. Oh, a little friendly fire. Hello?
Yes. Sorry.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh no.
it's a 1v1.
1v1.
He's got the mallet.
Dodge.
Come on! Yes!
No!
Oh! Yes!
Home run! Home run!
All the marbles.
That's
This is it. This is the last
good
one.
round.
I just
Close.
had to stay calm.
Removed? Jesus.
No, you don't! No, you don't! No, you don't! No, you don't!
Who's AFK? Somebody AFK.
A dead man.
Well,
Stand up. Stand up. Holy shit.
Go get him.
Can't turn around. God damn it.
Just work, please.
Zed.
No.
Oh,
You get up on her. You motherfucker. Where are you running?
Long live.
The fucking.
the jump kick is so funny.
The fucking roll.
Got you.
No, team.
Little friendly fire.
That's what you get for punching me earlier. It was all a ploy.
2v1.
I gave him a false sense of security.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Protect my kitty.
Yeah. No, you have to kill him. I'm dead.
Oh my
now.
God. Be careful.
Goodbye.
No!
No!
Oh no! Come on! Move! There we go.
Oh shit. That's a good hit. That's a good hit.
Oh, no,
No,
get
you
out.
won't. No.
that was the yeet of the century.
Fuck.
Yes! Finally, a victory! Yes!
Terrain.
Guys, I'm out of here.
Pull up. Terrain.
Good game, everyone. Good game.
Oh shit.
No.
Holy shit.
Oh, the misery.
That was good. After having a
that
little
game mode was
depressive
fun.
episode, I then just calmed down and took
We got
my
another.
time.
Ocha, you may have to come in as a spectator. I wonder if it'll cycle out spectators.
It probably will. It's random
Possibly.
teams.
Let me.
I was gonna head out soon, so it's fine. Ocho can take
Okay.
my spot. Yeah.
Did you see
So,
it?
what's soon? Like right now or like after this match?
After this match,
Okay, cool.
you always got a match with boys.
Boy.
You guys are in trouble now. Both otters on the same team.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's pretty gay.
Oh yeah.
For real though. Are the otters gonna start kissing? Can we watch?
Yeah.
There's a premium fee for that?
Yeah, you have to subscribe.
It's utterly devastating. Oh fuck! It's this one.
Who killed the
Why
dinosaurs?
would you kill your own teammate? Why would you kill your own teammate?
Yeah, there we go.
I got me skillet.
Pink on pink violence.
Fuck you, piece of shit.
Oh, sorry, Red
You know,
Blue.
I'm away from you. I'm away from you. Damn it, Graham! Sorry.
Oh.
Oh shit.
Bad. Quit knocking me out.
No.
Oh God!
Fucking shit.
I just deleted you.
No frying pan for anyone.
No.
Got him.
Oh.
Oh, I'm okay.
Ow. Oh, there we go.
Sorry, Grant.
No. Kind of just throw yourself around with the hammer at this point.
Whoop. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Oh, crap. Sorry, Grant.
No, you're okay. It happens.
But
Oh shit!
no.
He got up just to get smacked.
Yeah, that's it.
No, don't fish me.
Holy shit!
Fishing me. I'm not gonna make it. I didn't make it.
Oh, Dave, you better get yourself up there.
Oh shit! I'm on the wrong one.
I think the real one is the smallest one in the middle.
Damn.
Yay!
you like
I
it?
survived!
Crack.
Why do you ask?
Oh,
Yeah,
I just.
Ow.
I just. Oh, okay.
That's right. You like that?
Sipping time sponsored by Sage Tanya.
Kill him!
Grant, you have an advantage. You have a sharp, pointy thing to headbutt with.
That's not how this works. That's not how this game works.
Yeet. No. Bad heat.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Fuck off!
Ow.
No way.
Ooh, still
Oh
alive.
my God. I go so far. Okay.
Could you stop, please, Frack?
I'm holding
I
the
have
cat boy.
dipped in this water like 3 times now.
After what you did.
Took my nunchuck and then hit me. What a rude little critter.
Oh, why'd I do this to myself?
God damn it.
Ba, 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 ba.
Do not bork.
Bork?
Nope. Ow! Okay.
I got saved and then I got
Nunchuck on the
nunchucked.
same team.
No, it's calculated.
Again! You killed me, cat boy!
Yeah, you know,
You killed me.
calculated.
Oh.
Come on. Ow! We're on the same team. Ow! We're on the same
Our team is just dominating.
Stay on the small one.
Yep.
No. Climb. No.
We did it.
Yeah, see, calculated.
Who's alive? Who else is alive? Okay, cool. I was worried. Hi, Benru.
Yes, Reagan, it does.
Gentlemen, we have to take our stand here.
Oh God. Oh no.
No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Let me get this crossbow. This is my crossbow.
I don't know.
Oh, sorry. Oh no! What the fuck?
Unnamed, no,
I got
not pink on pink violence.
Uh-oh. I'm okay. I'm not okay. Oh, come on. Just got out of the water.
No.
Okay.
Where you going? Where you going? You're stuck here. Oh shit.
Whoops.
Come back. D. Davy Jones with you.
No.
Damn it.
Gibbs.
You know what? We're staying here. We're staying right here.
No.
Yes, we are. Are you crabbing a
Like
bucket?
they owe money. With a fucking plunger.
Oh.
Dude, the bomb is so bad in this one.
Grab, you fool.
I tried my best.
Fish just slid Grant in.
Yeah, it's curling.
No, they got the nuke.
Fine, now no one gets the bat.
I guess so.
They got the shovel. They got the big guns. I have the power of God.
Ow.
Are you on your tractor?
Yeah.
Like my tractor sexy. You put me down, you fiendish feeble.
No.
Uh-oh.
Oh wow.
That's for chasing me. No.
No.
Shake, will you just stand still? Oh God.
Did we survive with the
someone
full
help me.
team? Oh, no.
I'm chilly. I'm getting chilly, please.
All right.
The most unbalanced teams of all time.
What do you mean?
Just saying.
I'm baby.
I too am baby.
And I don't mean the skill. I mean the shovel.
Yeah, I fought for that nuke.
Oh
You
my
guys had it
goodness.
on your side. I fought for it because I knew the power it had.
Woo!
Oh, please.
Cancel Yeen.
Come here, Grant. You coming with me?
No! No!
I'm gonna get
I
out
don't
of here.
want to turn into a titty boy.
Okay. Thanks for coming, Catboy. Let me
Boy, we love you.
Yeah, I love you guys. Thanks for having me.
This is a lot of fun with y'all.
Ooh, the black hole.
I plan to stream tomorrow at like 2 Eastern, but I don't know when we'll play.
There we go. There's a shout out. Go follow Catboy and then unfollow him and come back to Yeen. No, I'm kidding. Go follow Catboy. He's fun. I pop in his stream a lot, so yeah.
We play Fall Guys a lot, and sometimes we win like 7 crowns.
That's crazy.
And then we drink a lot.
We drink a lot, yeah.
Oh, let me pull it back. We can get we can get dipshit.
Hello.
Get Ochi.
I didn't come for you unnamed. I came for Grant.
Yay.
Oh, the player Merglo who invited you has left the game. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Oh, shit.
An unforeseen consequence.
Yeah.
I can invite you, I
I
think.
have altered the deal. Pray that I do not alter it further. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
If you're counting Star Wars references. That's
Where
a Star Wars
is-
reference, right?
I added you as a friend,
Sure.
Shake.
Oh, thank you.
Guys, I got an egg coin.
Oh, sure. Are you in game yet?
Yeah, I'm in game.
Did you do the tutorial?
Yeah.
What's your ID? Click on your avatar on the bottom corner.
And quit Solicha.
No, your
Yo, I
ID,
got-
stupid. Click it.
I got Melon Dog.
Oh.
Click your name, and then you see where it says your name, and then ID.
36E.
I'm not ready.
Oh my god.
36E.
LJW.
LJW. And if anyone's wondering why I'm an asshole to Ocha, me and Ocha go way the fuck back.
Can you spell?
Yeah. Who the fuck is?
What?
What happened?
Oh, that was Catboy.
Oh.
What happens when people have a
Why is there
massive amount
Frack
of
Player
plushies?
2?
They all have battle royales at night, and that's why some of them end up under the bed. Oh.
Okay, we got Ocha. Now I need Shake. I added you as a friend in Game Shake.
Yeah. How do I still can't join you.
On the bottom right corner, the little friend icon, then join game.
He doesn't want to be your friend.
Oh,
It doesn't say join game.
Calm your rice paddy.
Wait, did it not add you?
If
I
you
don't
don't,
think it added me. Wait, there's Shake. Oh, but I can't invite you?
Damn it, I need a piss, I'm sorry.
My mouth is open.
I don't know how to join you. What the fuck? Unhinged.
I don't know either.
Of me, instead of like...
It says waiting custom game.
Waiting custom game? No.
Yeah.
We're waiting.
then you click on it and it says join game.
I'm not getting that. It says send message, view profile, or change alias.
Click, 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 click.
Did you add him in the game in the actual game or on Steam? Because I see a Steam.
I see a Steam. Do I have to? Oh, I need to add. Oh, hang on.
Yeah.
Played together.
Oh yeah, you didn't
Wait,
add me
what's-
in game?
What's your ID? No.
Let's go with 4.
For some reason, you're not showing up.
You ready to type it down?
Yeah.
V P
Do I have it
L
as a
D
command?
E H.
Hold on.
I also need your credit card
Sarah
too.
Just being like,
Okay, it says added.
14.
Can I get your mother's maiden
14.
name?
Have you heard of the critically
Hey, get
It
your
says
date
we're
of birth.
friends.
Wait, hang on.
Yeah, my mom's name is Chingando.
Name your first
Sarah's
pet.
just like,
What?
I can't join you. It won't wait. It won't let me unfriend you.
Acclaimed
What?
MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an
I
entire
don't think
let
we're friends. I'm so confused.
and the
What is- maybe I can-
to level 60 with no
Oh, you
restrictions
can't
on
unfriend
type.
people who are in
Sign
Steam,
up and
maybe?
Enjoy Eorzea today.
Let's meet you on friend.
Oh, it's because wait, no, that doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
I see red loop with a little icon.
Wait, I just realized what you just said. What the hell? You take that
I'm in
back.
big confusion.
All right.
Same.
Back.
What if I rehosted?
Maybe I need to leave the game.
Wait,
and log
hold
back in.
on.
Oh yeah, try that.
There we go.
Oh, you yeah, because you left from Kitty, right? And you didn't restart.
Yeah, here, I'll just restart the game.
Yeah, let's try that.
If that doesn't work, I will sit out.
Invite to game.
Or I'll buy the game. One of the two. It's on sale, right?
Want to hear something amazing? And I don't give a shit that it's only 11 a.m.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Did that get through on Discord?
Is that alcohol?
Was it wrestling?
Yes, it was
chips?
bourbon and cola.
Ooh.
Oh.
I was
I'm
gonna
gonna
say
drink.
it was Grant adjusting his pants.
Did I break the game?
Oh, you might have.
Is anyone looking at my stream? It's just going forever. Oh, there it goes. Holy shit. Oh, Shake's gonna be jealous. I got a cute cow.
You got a cow? I gotta see
Yeah,
it.
a cow in Spartan gear.
Sent invite.
I'm
Does
jealous
it have
of that.
gladiator sandals? Does the cow have gladiator sandals?
I
You
did
have to
not
show
see
me.
if it did. Ocha, did you leave?
I'm rejoining.
Let me see. Invite. All right, Shake, I just invited you.
Okay, this might work now. Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, thank you, Lightning. You also invited me. It didn't give me a ping on fucking Steam.
It was in game. That wasn't in Steam.
It's in game, yeah.
Oh. What? It was in Steam. Hold on.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
I have a chocolate bar. Oh.
But you're a dog. You can't have chocolate.
Sorry, guys. This is going to be the last stream. Jesus. Your dog, you can't have chocolate. Did it work, Shake, or do I have to send another invite?
It's not even like letting me.
How are you playing the game if you don't have the full game? I don't understand that part.
Oh, there's a
The friend pass.
Well, the friend that gave you the pass probably has to be the one playing the game.
No. The friend pass you could download, and you just need to be invited by someone who
Who
has it.
has the game? But you can let one person in at a time.
Huh.
I think.
Yeah, it's one person.
I think that's how it works. You know, I could just buy it. It's not a. Oh, Himbo Zebra invites you to a lobby in the game.
All right, let's see what happens.
Wait, what the
Hey.
fuck? Why does it not work? Steam doesn't work.
It's because
Confirmed.
you and I, Giga, we share a bond of
Yeah.
Bara. Yep, sure.
Gay.
I think it's because we're friends in the game or something. I don't fucking know, dude.
We are friends in the game, by the way.
I see a little icon
Yeah.
on Shake though underneath the otter.
Yeah, I see it under Red Loop too, but Red Loop has the full game, so I'm confused.
I don't see it under Red Loop at all.
I don't see it under Red Loop.
Mmm.
Spectator.
What the fuck are you doing?
Two fracks.
No, I see a little icon under Red Loop. I'm not high. I should take an edible though.
I think it means
I mean,
new
I did.
friend.
Yeah, I feel great.
So
I see a plunger
I
on
see
the
it.
Zeeb.
I'm friend with unnamed. It doesn't show anything with unnamed.
Okay, I'm
I
friends
love
with
how the
everybody
zebra model legit looks like a horse.
except for Red
shooting on his
Loop. Let me
monkey.
add Red Loop. And heck, it's that. There we go.
Okay, I think we're ready. We're ready?
Easy
Somebody
game.
went to the
Observe.
bathroom.
Who?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Oops.
We'll find out.
Homestead? Oh my god, this chocolate bar is so good.
I definitely got to make a drink.
I have
In
to
a
work
bit.
in the morning, so I'm not.
Oh, you have to
Hi,
work on
Fizz.
Saturday?
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
fuck?
Sorry
That
that
is same here.
I know this is supposed
That's
to be MMO
some
night,
bullshit.
but right now I'm going
It's
through
been like
party
that the
animals
past couple of
with
weeks and it's been pissing me off.
unnamed for a little bit. So we're
I
gonna
had 2
play
days
that
this
a
week
little
where I
bit.
worked 10
I'll move
hour
over to
shifts,
Final
so that
Fantasy
was-
14 at some point.
You
don't
know,
worry.
it's just stupid. It's
I
bad.
had Wednesday off because my power was out. So
Here, Shake, I'm showing you the cow on stream.
Oh, it's cute. I do like it. I'm gonna be an otter.
God damn it.
Excuse me.
I see the duck and only think about duck, duck, goose.
How How do I change the color? Or I can't because I'm a free, probably.
Yeah.
Unless you unlocked it with the points.
I'm a poor.
How do you play this game?
We gotta launch him.
Are you playing with mouse and keyboard, or are you
Oh, we gotta
playing
put him in
with?
the trebush.
Put him in the trebush.
All right, launch it. I'll go along with it.
Oh!
Oh my god.
Throw those in the water.
Nah, nope, nope, nope.
And away we go.
Save me! I'm gonna die.
Oh shit.
Okay, I was not ready for this.
Oh shit, I'm gonna die.
Alright, still alive. Okay.
Fire!
You're gonna respawn. Ah.
Let me go. That's one way
Oh
to do it.
shit.
Ow. It took y'all a minute to realize it was me. You wanna fight?
No, I want to kiss.
Yeah?
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'll pull my pants down.
Oh wait, that's Frack. I am so sorry.
I was trying to tell you stop punching me.
I sent him home.
Go to Gabby's channel.
Abby?
You're in the middle of something.
Yeah.
I'm launching it.
You launched me. Send me back.
Oh!
Launching.
Oh shit.
Shit.
I've got a bucket.
And I'm out. I'm out.
Damn it. I have
And we
fallen.
win.
Oh!
Yeah!
Woo,
Lionel,
sabotaging
no,
works.
hug me!
You're just vibing, Fizz? That's okay. You're vibing with the winner. Look at us. 2 horses and a duck.
I'm dead.
Stripey horse.
There we go.
I got Nemo bucks.
Felicitation grant. Wait, what? What is that word? Felicitation? Carry the ball into the opponent's game to earn points. Oh, it's football.
Ooh.
My friends call me coach.
My friends call football!
Football!
Shoutouts to. I
Keelan.
can't say that. I can't say that.
What, Shake? Oh my god, what are you gonna say?
Say it.
Shoutouts to OJ. Goodbye,
Yeah, I
Twitter
was-
world.
Goodbye, Twitter world.
I literally went on Twitter, like, once I thought of that, I'm like, someone else had to say it. Everyone was saying it.
I
One of
just
my
love
favorite
all
ones-
the memes that are coming out of that
so
now.
many memes. My favorite one was probably I saw this one a lot, was that OJ can finally rest soundly knowing that his killer is, or his wife's killer is dead. It's fucking so good.
My favorite is go ahead.
My favorite was seeing that they wanted to do the funeral procession with him in a white Bronco followed by cops.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
I saw one where they took the cancer to trial and they had to put on a glove as it was wearing gloves.
I saw the
Jesus.
one where his funeral was acquitted because he didn't fit in the coffin.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Wow.
Football!
It's a crazy.
Americana.
I wasn't ready. It's done.
Mess with the bull, get the
We
horn.
did not play defense well enough there.
Yo, you shit.
Look at this interference. Excuse me. But yeah, Benru, as tempting as it is to get a bull's, like, cow Sona alternative for Grant, I've already got, like, my titty boy as, like, my option for when I want to have alternative, commission ideas.
Drop that.
Zed, are you here?
Sorry, I just got back. I had to take care of some stuff for food.
Not to worry.
What the fuck? All right. No, that was not directed at you. I was like stunting on the ball for some reason.
It's, yeah, it
Oh, yeah,
costs
you have stamina. Top left. Stamina, top left.
Oh, okay.
Gotta put this zebra in the goal.
Go, 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 go!
Oh shit.
Oh, this fucking
Mine now.
Suck my dick!
Yeah, go, go, go.
No!
No! Oh,
Yeah.
damn it, I knocked the wrong person out.
I'm holding onto the ball.
No, you can play football without armor. It's not a rugby only
Go
thing.
loop, go loop.
Watch. I'm holding it. Bam. That's it. Trailer. On replay.
Reagan is telling me how much chocolate I have before I die.
No, guys! No! I was cold and naked!
Let me go.
Damn. The more information to know.
Pork pile.
Kick it unnamed. While you're holding the ball and you hit attack, it kicks it.
No.
Yeah!
Nice.
I'm good at football.
Football! Yeah!
And then a juke right there, spin move, and gone.
You know who else was good at football?
OJ.
A juice.
Okay.
Just
It's
good
so
at
sad
nothing
he
else.
died of ligma.
Oh man. Oh, whoops, sorry. Oh, this is so bad.
My favorite quote from
the ball.
O.J. Simpson is in a workout video where he says, "Of course I change fast. That's why they call
Yeah,
me
touch
the
it, just
Juice."
touch it, just touch it!
Oh, we got it out.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
No.
No, 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 no. Damn it.
Nice.
I was taking a nap, I'm sorry.
And then unnamed just pushes it in.
Runs it in.
It's mine. Give it to me.
Don't take my balls! The last person who did that was a Catholic.
No.
God damn it.
What is it? First to 6?
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Crazy.
I took that for the team.
Good.
Yeah, you took it for the team?
Go
The whole
team.
team?
The whole team. I wanted all the team.
The whole team and nothing but the team.
That's...
No! Go, run it! Run it, Light!
No.
Just run it, quarterback!
Yeah!
Damn it.
That's 3 goals I've made.
Wait, it's not the quarterback
Someone
that makes the
protest
goal.
that
Who's the guy that makes the goal? The
The
running back?
Me.
Running back,
running
tight
back.
end,
Me.
Wide receiver.
I mean, literally anybody who has the ball.
Ooh, a tight
Sure,
end?
yeah.
Who?
That's definitely not you unnamed. You're like
yeah,
it's
the person
loose
that
end.
Taylor Swift is pegging.
I mean, if it's Tim Tebow, then he runs it in because he's the greatest football player of all time, obviously.
What about Aaron Rodgers and his discount double check?
Let's make a joke.
God
So
damn it,
that.
Blue. Do not put me in a maid outfit.
God damn it.
Do it.
Come on! Get it up! Damn it!
Yeah! Hey! Oh, Blue,
I
give
did
me
that.
a
That was me.
bit value. I need a bit value
Rigged.
for my breasts.
Yeah, your titties.
1.
No. I'm
I
not gonna make
need
it.
to see Grant.
Hang on, where is...
I would like to see Grant right now, please.
Oh, these.
My boobies. My massive fucking milkies. Give me a second. Where's the...
Oh, maid outfit, ayo.
Yes, because Blue is
My
a maid
boobies.
outfit connoisseur and absolutely adores it. Where is the thingy-majiggy for the moderation, prediction, pyramid, raid, subscriptions? What's it called?
Yeah, thank you. I'm getting.
Now we're doing hockey.
Reagan is nutting on me right now.
Ayo.
Hey.
That's a lot of nuts.
It's a lot of nuts.
Where's the
That's
thingy-majiggy for the
nutrageous.
cheers?
That's a lot of nuts.
That's a lot of nuts.
You want fries with that? Sorry.
You want fries with that?
That's a classic.
I hope you're not allergic to nuts.
I'm gonna grape you in the mouth.
That's another classic.
Jesus.
Who's on first? Who's not ready up yet?
She's wearing purple.
Why can't I find
Oh.
it?
No.
Oh, it's a chat
That's such a
cheer.
funny thing.
Okay. You have to put it into chat and then put it into cheer. Okay, and I'm not making it 1. That is way too cheap, Blue. We're talking about my boobies, okay? What the hell is this? Oh my god.
Ah!
Oh my god.
I just smacked it.
You jump and hit it. It's really good. Get away from me.
I defended.
Can you hold it?
No.
Okay.
Oh!
Alright, I'm getting it out of the corner.
Get off of me!
That's not where I wanted
Give
it.
that back! Give that back!
Oh, the shield.
Deflected!
Powering up the shield.
There we go, there we go, there we go! Oh!
Get fucking knocked out, I guess.
Come on. No. Hey!
No, don't pull the lever. Ah!
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Pull the lever. Pull Grant's lever.
Is it next to his leg?
Horny.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bonk you for horny.
Ah!
Stop punching me, horse.
You're mine now. I'm on my way with you.
No.
Get it, get it, get it!
Just get it, just get it, come on, just tap it in.
Yeah, get it out of there.
Pulling back. Pass it.
Ow!
Where you fucker?
Here we go, here we go.
This is a foul. You should go to the penalty box.
I'll just be the goon, don't worry.
No! Ah, you... Oh, hello, hello,
Yeah,
hello,
that was my-
hello.
that was my beat.
Ah, goddamn you. I can't aim for shit.
Fuck you, bitch.
Get out of here, get out of
Oh,
here.
Unnamed, what are you doing?
Damn it.
I was being brave.
There you go. Shield. Get the shield, Frank.
Oh my god, Blue, why do you gotta de-himbo me as well? That's unfair.
Yeah. Now I'm the big one.
Who's defending? There we go, thank you.
This one's a little bit tougher than football.
It is
to
a
get
little
a
bit
score on.
because you can't grab
Honestly,
it.
Oh shit!
Yeah, you can't just run it in. You gotta.
Ocha, you
know.
motherfucker!
Get off me!
Come on, come on.
Damn it!
Oh!
I dropped it.
Where
Someone
the
get it.
He kicked me into the net.
My shield, damn it!
Where's your shield?
They stole it.
Oh, come on.
There you go.
Get it, get it, get it!
Ah, fuck.
Get it, get it.
No.
come on.
Get it.
No. Okay.
This is gonna be a long one.
That's what she said. Oh, ah.
Come on. No! Oh, you.
They're killing me. They stole my shield. They stole my shield. Oh no, no shield.
Oh.
That was almost a really good shot,
Got it.
Grant.
Ocha, you
Trying
piece
to-
of shit! I'm
trying
gonna
to
kill you.
walk it in. That's the worst thing is I'm just trying to walk it in.
Come on, come on, come on.
No, 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 no! Oh my god!
Yeah.
Call me
You
Steven
fuckers!
Stamkos.
Luckily, I think there's a time limit.
Yes, there is.
Now that there is a point, yeah, there probably is going to be a time limit.
Whoopsie. Well, oh my god.
Are you
Oh my
serious?
god. Light.
What happened?
Unbelievable.
How did that happen?
Unbelievable.
Are you
Like this.
serious?
Kick, kick, boom. Ah.
Oh no.
That's
Or like quadra
bullshit.
kill.
Did I hit the shield and it went in?
Shit, shit.
Yes.
A little bit of friendly fire.
No, no. Oh,
Damn it!
Ocha, you fucking Marty, get out of here! Oh,
Oh my god.
What happened?
Now it's flowing.
What happened?
Blue
That's
team
it.
is fucking killing me.
What happened?
You saw a button, you press a button. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo. Unfortunately, with channel point redeems, Hyper Himbo does not engage until the current shape key is like done, which is 5 minutes. The only way you can break that is if you use channel bits. Because I make it, because much like the real world, things are made easier when you have money.
Name, get off of me!
God damn, Grant, that's true. Shit.
Yeah.
Oh my
Damn it.
god. Holy shit. The
Jesus.
slap shot
God
from the
damn
blue
it,
line.
Dad.
So yeah, so if you want to Hyper Himbo me and like, you know, stop the dehimboing immediately, 69 bits.
If you
Oh,
wanna,
that lag.
if you wanna himbo zebra, you have to blow on him.
Come on.
Oh my god.
Good work, Zed. Good work, Zed.
No, no!
Oh, the double
I'm trying to
Get
tap.
off of me! you
Zombieland.
fucking
Get out of
wolf.
here. No. My shield, fuck off. Ah!
Mine now.
Fuck. No, I'm bad. I'm bad. Imagine being bad. All right.
Ow!
Open goal.
Holy fuck.
Open goal. Open goal.
Oh.
They took both our fucking shields!
Oh.
Also, what are you doing on my throne, Blue? Are you getting me a new set of scales? Because I need those.
You should buy Grant the leggings.
Unfortunately, the leggings are going to be costly because of shipping.
Buy them for Grant.
No, ow! Thank you for the
Because
hyper.
leg.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. Oh my god, that almost worked. Ah!
Blue team, just bring it home.
Come on. Not again, not again.
No,
Come
not,
on.
not,
Give me
oh,
shake.
Chuck, I'm so
Two of
sorry.
them tied up over here at the goal.
I got the shield.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Grant. Grant's just getting fucked. Oh no.
Ow!
Unnamed, you act like you hitting me is gonna change anything. I haven't even been the one scoring.
No, yes, 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 no, no!
Go, go, go! Come on!
Yes!
Oh, no shutout.
Okay, congrats on your one.
What happened, Frag? You were talking shit.
I get pushed further
You're never
into the
gonna
goal.
win the match.
Oh.
See?
Oh, wait, what? Oh, it's a time limit.
You had 2 seconds left when you hit the goal in.
Fuck.
Yeah, what was that? Was that you were saying about talking shit?
Ow! 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 I got headbutted and knocked out.
Oh, now my titties are small.
What a crying tragedy. Oh, I hate this one.
Oh, fuck. More.
Yeah, when are we gonna get Candy Factory?
Probably next.
Jake wants me to moo. What the fuck? Moo.
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 Oh.
Candy Factory. Fuck off with Candy Factory.
Is that the one with the gummies?
Yeah.
Say Ara.
Era.
What is the boobies numbers?
Oh, these my boobies. My massive fucking titties.
Because 8008 is a booby number, but I feel like that's too big of a booby number. What's a smaller booby number?
I'm sorry. Too big and boobies in the same sentence doesn't not collaborate.
Yeah, but okay.
You can get rid of one O and call it Bob.
The smallest one is just an 8. Because that's a front view.
Bob's boobers.
I'd say get rid of the B, but I get scared. Boo.
Either 00 or 8.
The fuck is this shit?
Ah.
You have to climb in the middle, get the safe, and bring it to your site.
Oh, it's like the fucking heck in a sec.
Hey, lay up.
Hell in a cell.
Or no, it's not like that. It's like the ladder match. Yeah, me and Frack just fell to our deaths.
Ah, let go.
I just keep forgetting how to
Grant,
jump.
kick his butt.
Help me, Shake! Shake! No!
There we go. There we go. There we go.
Okay, yeah, once I get it to the other side, it's basically over.
Not necessarily. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, now it is. Go, 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 go.
Jesus.
Drag me to victory.
Let it go!
Named. Why are you taking
Let it
this?
go! Let it go!
Wait, yeah.
Get him off him! Get him off him!
Shake! Pull me! Pull me, Shake!
Oh, let's go.
Come
Let's get the
on.
fuck out of
Kill
here.
that Connor. Get the other one.
Somebody grab me!
There, let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go.
Got him!
No.
Get him!
There
Get
we
him!
go.
Wait,
Keep going.
oh, I
respawns.
didn't.
Yeah, it's
not-
got a round.
Okay, I see how it is.
Fuck! I missed.
It doesn't
Jesus,
refresh, it's just
why
there.
does the jump not happen?
God damn it! You gotta kill him! Hydrate, I can do that, Frack. Fuck you.
All right,
I
let's
said.
go. Go, go, go. Hi.
Somebody grab me! Come on!
My
Oh, I
beloved.
lived.
No!
Very nice.
Ah,
Oh, wrong button. I keep thinking A is the jump, and it's not.
No, it's triangle, annoyingly enough.
Keep pressing the jump and it just doesn't wanna.
you actually hold the jump.
I'm in it. I'm still alive.
Ocha, you bastard!
What? Hello?
Nope, 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 nope. No, no. I'm taking you with me.
Help!
No, you're coming
Grandma's
back!
got me!
Let's go. Let's go.
You're
Help,
going
Grandma
to
has me.
Brazil.
Son of a bitch! No!
Not Brazil!
Ah, damn it.
Sorry, unnamed. That's my bad.
Help!
Again,
help.
let's go this way,
Barely
Frack.
touched the ground.
Come with me, Frack.
Let it go, let it go.
Oh, what? Why did I take you? Well, we got one. Team Otter, let's go.
Fuck.
The wind. The gust of wind.
No! Don't let him take it!
Punching everybody.
My precious!
Whoop.
I keep falling to my death.
Nope. Mine. My box.
No, I've fallen.
Oh shit, I didn't think this
Got
through.
it. Nope. I got someone else. There we go. One of us has it? No.
None of us have it.
Shit.
Damn it.
That's my bad.
They're all down, they're all down!
Whoa!
No. Give it. No. My box. Mike.
The box is loose. The safe is loose.
Not
Give it.
anymore.
The juice is loose.
Grandma, let go.
Pull!
What big
Pull
hands
this!
you have?
Let go of it!
No!
Way it down.
John said pull!
I'm trying. Someone knocked my ass out.
No, they knocked
Nope,
me
that's
out!
another. Damn it.
All right, we're tied up.
Draw the marbles.
Shoot.
Unless it's another
Oh,
6.
nope. There we go. Fuck you. Oh, god damn it.
I can't even tell what's happening right now.
Whoop,
Neither can
I
I.
missed entirely.
Why is it going that way?
I'm on it.
Wait, where am I? Oh, there I am. Yeah, let me go.
Come on. Blue
Here we
team
go.
is holding me. Help.
My
Just let
box.
go, and it's no longer going with us.
Ow.
Just let go, and it's no longer with us.
So my-
Damn it.
Oh. Nice shake.
Oh my God, frack.
That was beautiful. Oh, somebody killed a zebra.
Okay.
No!
They're still holding us
Oh,
down!
baby.
No!
Yeah,
We
let's
had
go.
such a
Hi, Faye.
lead!
Hey, hey, Faye, wanna see my butt? Here you go.
Dude, me and frack.
It's the otters.
We got it. Yo, Faye.
Ah, Faye, stop!
Okay, pee break.
Where's my hamburger from?
Oh, yeah. Could we take a minute? I'm gonna go get an alcohol.
Sure, we'll go back to the lobby.
I gotta get an alcohol. It's very important.
I need to have a think about it if I'm gonna get into MMO. I got so much of Endwalker to get through.
That's fine. Thank you. So you're done you're done, Grant?
Yeah, I think I'm done.
Cool. Thanks for coming. Let me give you a shout out in my
Yo,
chat.
Grant.
No, I got my own thing to do. Saturday's
No,
MMO.
Grant.
Saturdays for MMO. I'm sorry. I got so much to catch up on before Dawn Trail pops up.
Let me go back to the lobby and we'll chill in there for a second.
I've got like 100. I got like 100 plus missions to get through. I've got all kinds of excitement
We
in Endwalker.
get it, Grant. You don't like us anymore.
Oh,
Wanna hang out?
No, you're good, Grant. Thanks for coming in. You're awesome.
not to worry. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, hey, I got a hammerhead shark. Yay for me.
Oh my god.
Hold on a sec. I also need to. Where's
Mine now? I got a mine now. Drinkies?
Create a timer.
Drinkies? What does drinkies mean?
You know what it means.
I don't know.
I think you know what
No.
it means.
I have no idea what it means. Bork?
It means drink with me.
Hang on a second. Core, time
Bork?
action, sec timer, booba trigger, toggle. There we go. Alrighty then. But yeah, thank you so much for having me unnamed. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
So yeah, if any of you are over on the other side and just want to watch what Unnamed is doing, then here is a shout out to Unnamed shortly. And of course, Unnamed.
Oh, good night, Reagan. Have a good night.
Unnamed is not in my chat. How dare they?
I am not.
How dare they? For those of you in Unnamed's chat, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free trial?
He's doing the thing.
I'm doing the thing.
Mods ban him.
Mods ban him. Hey, we
Including
lost 2
the
people.
entirety of. Oh, I got timed out in his chat. There we go. Alrighty. Ding. Dong. Back over to my chat. Alrighty. Give me a minute. I am going to get the... I'm gonna get the what's-mahoozy sorted, the Final Fantasy XIV, right? So give me a minute.
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Bark, 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 bark. Excuse me. Not the Borks? Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. Ding dong. Final Fantasy 14. Bork, 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 bork. Hello, chat. Welcome back. I am still in the maid outfit because Blue put me in it. You got on the first guest, and he's gonna be. Yeah, no, I heard of Jack Black going into the Minecraft movie. He's in. I'm pretty sure he's in Borderlands as well. Like, he's not that crazy of a voice acting choice. He's not. So. The question is he gonna do like the Bowser thing, where he's just gonna sound very much like evil him, or is it going to be like a completely different kind of voice, like Claptrap in Borderlands? That's the question. That's the meat of the question there, might I tell ya. And I gotta wait for it. Why is the thingy-majiggy not doing its thing? Hang on a second. You almost died. Your sister forced you to play frisbee golf. The course was the entire college in the outskirts of an airport. Did a plane nearly hit you? Is that what happened? A plane nearly hit you? Okay, are you guys... Hang on a second. Settings... Oh, wait, it's not settings. Cancel. It is studio you need. Game sources. Capture any full screen application. Why is it not... System configuration. Display 1. Full screen. Apply. Let's see what happens there. Oh, that's interesting. It's only capturing, like... Give me a few, okay? Give me a few. Why is my frames, like, so low? Hold on. But you guys hear it, right? That's weird. Okay, maybe I need to exit out of the application and start it again? Maybe that's what I need to do. Yeah, color me confused just as anyone else. Alright, hang on a second. Exit application, log out and exit. Alrighty. What is Adulty McMahon face? The better question is, are you a narc? Alrighty. It's just a meme. It's a sound thing you hear. It's from like the Trolls movie or something, where someone's like about to drive a car and like a woman looks at his license and it's like, who is Adulty McMahon face? And then the guy driving is like, the better question is, are you a narc? So it's just that. Alright, alright, hit play again. Let's see how we go. Once again, full screening the application. Because hopefully by full screening the application... Yeah! It worked that time. I was worried it wasn't going to. When the glitter baby was driving a car. Yes, that. Alright, there we go. Yep, cool. And the overlay is still hidden. Ooh. 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 What is that? Oh! What are those, Giga? Ooga. Yaru, and then there's your butt. Bonk! How dare you bonk me? Alrighty then, so we got that sorted out. Cool, it's fixed. Now, granted, have fun in Final Fantasy XIV? Thank you, I will. Shut up, Blue! I'm more than just a Final Fantasy streamer, okay? I swear to you, I'm more than just Final Fantasy. There's more to me than the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Alrighty. Absolutely ridiculous. Also, Blue, you still need to give me like a more legitimate bit redeem for boobies. Because I've done 8,008 for now, but I would like to hear like a little more realistic of a number that isn't already being utilized on my streams. Oh, hello. Have I talked to you already? Where are you? Here you are. Oh, wait, no, that's a gemstone trainer, not the thingamadoog. Alrighty, I need to go to that person there, then. Do I have anything from the delivery note? No, I do not. 600? Alrighty, then, let's do 600. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute. Give me a moment, chat. Copy trigger. Paste trigger, edited it, so it's now 600. Will trigger when value is exactly 600. When trigger is exactly 600. There we go. It isn't too high, but it's not too low either. Yeah, thank you. Because I want it, like, going off for, like, 5 minutes, ideally, so... Yep, cool. It's the first time I've talked to them, which means I get the thingy. Can I fly yet? No, I cannot fly yet. I haven't yet completed all the blue ticks and found all the Aether networks here. Now it's my problem. There we go. How the fuck am I supposed to get down? Oh. Oh, okay. I have to like take an elevator or something. Okay, that makes more. Xerix! Can you give me a lift, please, Xerix? Hey, Xerix, can you give me a lift? Hi. Can you give me a lift? There we go. Thank you, Xerix. I really appreciate it. What's my frame rate at? Hang on. 91, 80. Yeah, that's a lot better. Alright. Yestola! Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Aaronville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads! Goodness! We got turned into a fucking frog. Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Aaronville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I shall refresh the enchantment. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures hereabout? In that form, you are essentially defenseless. You have changed into a toad. You must remain transfigured in order to progress objectives. You will return from transfigured state if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration area of effect. Speak with your Stola to restore or prolong the transfiguration. Wait, there's more than one kind of frog? Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. Alpha Toad and Alitoad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your quest companion... Alright, moving on. Oh, hey, it's a... Hang on a sec. Sorry, think. It's always worthwhile doing these fates, even at like this, especially at this level, since I'm like, oh, that was quick. Thought I had a little more. Bow. Alrighty, back to get my what's-a-mahoozy, to get my transfiguration. I saw a fate and I had to take it, okay? You'll... There we go. Look at me as a frog. For some reason with like a little enmity thing as well. Why is it good to do fates? So one of the things, so when you're in the middle of fates, god damn it, Demon Sylvian, when you're in the middle, when you do fates, especially at this level, you earn bicolor gemstones, and that can help you like acquire things that are like unique to the area, like spell scrolls. But in order to get those things, you not only need to have the bicolor gemstones, but you also need to have done a number of the fates in the area in order to unlock like the larger stock of items you can purchase for the gemstones. Ribbit, ribbit. And looks like one of my hunting log things is there. Actually, a few of these things. What did they do? Bonk who? You're gonna need to explain yourself, Xerix. Ribbit.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency, and so much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Competent? If they added 3 more fates you need to complete in each area, it adds up to 69 fates in total.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
As if they'll tell us.
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty.
Wait, what?
And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge.
What
I
do
can
the
say no
Charlians
more,
do?
but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
The greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Ribbit.
I hope that was informative. you may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart.
Thank you for the headbats. I have not done enough of the Fates and
Which is why I'm
Shadowbringer in order to
reassured
unlock
that you're
everything
busy
there, I'm
sniffing out
sorry
the
to
truth
say.
of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Hi, Jason.
Hello! Wait! How did you know it was us?
Probably because we were frogs that weren't in the correct
If you mean
native
to
area.
impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
Exactly. Alright, let me just attack these yak because they're on my hunt thingy-majiggy. Did you know that frogs have very delicate skin and are able to absorb things through it? Makes them very susceptible to chemical contaminations and makes them a keystone species. Interesting. So, in a means, they're like some sort of like canary for the environment, you could say. Because of their like sensitive skin and abrasion to chemicals, having them out in the wild would have them as a interesting barometer of like if there's any sort of upset in the environment, ecologically speaking. There we go. And we're done. So yeah. Typically when there are spills of toxic material like an arsenic breach, the frogs will be highly susceptible to it. Is it susceptible as in they'll get ill, or susceptible as they will die? Because... Oh, fun fact about the... So you know how we have the canaries, and they were like in the whatsamahoozy thing, in the mines, and the idea is that when you have a canary that like faints or anything like that, it means that there's like too high of like a nitrogen or whatever kind of like atmosphere, and so it's, you know, if it's dangerous for them, it's going to be dangerous for the humans. Fun fact about the canaries, they didn't just leave them to die. They actually had a special cage / chamber for the canaries. So when a canary, like, you know, fainted or was about to die and such because of, like, you know, suffocation or what have you, they'd go into this tiny chamber. So like there was this cage for them. The lid would close and it would get pumped full of oxygen. So then that way it would, like, you know, bring them back to life and such. We weren't like such dicks to the canaries, or we just simply held a bird cage and waited for them to die. There was like a special container for them where it's like, oh yeah, it can take in like air and what have you, but once it's, you know, fainted or what have you, we close the lid and we pump oxygen into it to get it back alive. So sweet. Even when we get animals to do our job, we do have a little bit of empathy towards them. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurements would not be so easily deceived, yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and the Telophoroi Declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthios, not to mention ignore Eosia's request for aid. Alizé is staring off into the direction Aaronville departed. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation, At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we learn nothing new by pressing him further. We should head back to Y'shtola and Krill for a moment, see what they think of this. Alright, first things first. 120 form to the south... Which way is it? Southwest. Okay, so this ways. You wish you took better care of your animal workers today? I think we have a lot less animal workers today than we did back when we did do the whole, you know, canary in the mine shaft thing. Oh my god, fine. Yep, cool, you get stunned. Oh. Wait, to the west? Oh, this way. Okay, okay. So it's this way, this way. Hmm. Okay, so maybe we need to go up a little bit and then... Alrighty. There it is! Found it. Also, what's up with my hand? Ah, never mind. Alright, and the next one is southeast, which means it's most likely in this area here. And we'll need to get back to Y'shtola in the same place that we left them previously. Sorry, just exploring the map just a little bit. There we go. Opens up a bit more of the location. Luncheon toad. What the hell? I didn't know that was a thing it could do. Do you have a favorite kind of bird? No, I don't actually. I don't have a favorite type of bird. I don't, like... Birds are one of those species where there's way too many of them, and I just, you know... A yellow-crested warbler. Like, I don't pay attention. Welcome back. I trust you find Aaronville. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was a simple confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Krill, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Would you mind checking near those flowers she was entranced by? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case she decides to wander. Yep, it's getting brighter now. Nice. Let's just round up. There we go. There are so many horny named birds, like the ones with the ornithology. Oh, are you meaning like the blue-billed boobies or something like that? Where the fuck? How the fuck do we? Oh gods! How do they expect me to get back? Oh, okay, I guess they're going this way. A yellow-crested warbler. You've reached Kevin Gosner. Gosner, please leave a message after I am done speaking. Blue-footed boobies, tuft titmouse, and cock of the rock. That cock of the rock sounds made up. That doesn't sound like a real... Yep, straight tomato. Blood buttons. Reduces damage taken by 10 seconds. Additional grant stem the flow. Reduces by 10 seconds. Shares of Narset Splash. Okay. There we go. Alright, that's you out of the way. Let's see. What? I don't fucking see you. Okay, cool. This will give me an Aether Current. What in the world were they on when naming some of these birds? Probably not anything. I feel like, you know, birdologists are probably one of the more boring people, considering it is very much just a case of like, oh, you know, they're blue-footed and they're called boobies for short because they're like aliens or something like that. Alright, come on, 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 come on. There we go. Alright, awesome. Keep looking for what's in the Uzis. So. Knowing our luck, she's probably somewhere up there. Could you not, garlic, please? I didn't know if my long name is the correct name for it, I'm sorry to say, so you could be completely false. Alrighty. No fucking clue where Krill could be. Boobies back in the 16th century meant foul or a dunce. Ah, so there is, like, you know, classic text to support calling someone a boob. Is that where she is? Oh, the Lawless Troll is for the cave shit. Okay. Nope, I'm lost. I have no fucking clue where I'm going. Ah! Alright, I'm gonna follow Xerix, figure out where he is. A fat fool, not foul. Oh, okay. God damn it. God damn it. There we go, that's better. Hi there, Davey boy. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing alright. I'm trying to find, Krill. No, don't see her. She was apparently near some random flowers, apparently, or some shit.
Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and...
Where the fuck is she? Ah, okay. There she is. You'll be lurking now. You unfortunately have some business to attend. Not to worry, Sage! Oh my gosh, I need to stretch! Oh, I need to stretch. Oh, my leg, my chest, my leg, and my back.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting.
Oh, cool.
She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Who did? Who said that?
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
She's been talking to you?
Thank you.
Weird.
Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment.
Crazy.
It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Minfilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower. Walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first, so weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread, imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
I just have to deal with that fucking.
You can't be
dumpy in my
serious!
chat,
We've
don't
done nothing wrong!
Oh. What happened? Also, Morse, you retweeted like something that I've done like last night or something like that, not today.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Hello?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian. A group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Not the clandestine behavior. Oh my god! Hi everyone!
Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities.
Hi, welcome everyone. Welcome to the stream.
Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth.
No leggy. No leggy for any of you.
Our actions should warrant the intervention.
Hang on a second. Bing dong. Welcome to the stream, everyone. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. Today is Saturday for me, so it's MMO night for me. Don't question why I'm doing MMO night in the afternoon. It is what it is. Oh, please don't. Yep, there we go. Cool. So yeah, I am currently going through Final Fantasy XIV. I thought it would take 6 months to get through all of this. I'm right now at my 3rd year right now, and I'm finally up to Endwalker, which is, you know, the most recent expansion. I still have like a lot more to go through. But yeah, I'm absolutely having a fantastic time. Thank you so much, Unnamed, for letting me join in on the Party Animal stream. I wasn't too good at it, but thank you all the same. I hope everyone else had a wonderful time. Did you have a wonderful time? Nom leggies. Of course you're nomming the leggies. But yeah, welcome. Ding donk. Moving on with the rest of this dialogue.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge. But with the world in
Damn
chaos,
it.
we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion.
So this is their father,
And we will not risk its
Fortunate
success by turning
to
a
these
blind eye
two.
to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
and we're telling them the end of days is coming, and they're just sort of like, nah, the end of days.
What,
They're
then,
like the
is to be our
Senate.
fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
What?
Grah! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Pretty sure he's an Archon. Isn't he allowed?
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Ooh, the rostra. Whatever the fuck that is. Oh yeah, spoilers ahead for Final Fantasy XIV if you haven't gone through it. Highly recommended though. It's fairly fun. It took me a while to get to where I am right now, but that's because I was pacing myself. Alright, this is the quote-unquote the Forum. It looks very much like the Senate or the House of Commons.
Forgive me. I was careless.
Not your fault.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings.
Cool.
Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
Okay, so you're the one forcing it upon us?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals dissatisfied with our decision have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large.
You mean the end of days that's happening right now?
Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
I don't know enough about Galuf to refute this.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
A terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
It's probably... I imagine the end of the world is what started their duty. Like, I imagine this isn't the first time they've done this whole, like, gathering all kinds of different species.
From the mouth of a forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own.
Yeah, I've not yet gone to Eureka.
The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd.
What did you notice?
From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives.
Okay.
Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea.
No idea what
You
that
found
means.
something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
So there are people alive from 270 years ago who have seen whatever it is they
Yes.
saw.
We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuno,
Oh yeah, they were
I fail
disowned
to
by
understand the
family.
stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. Still, in the midst of my uncertainty, I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me.
Yep.
So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
A little bit.
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Yeah, that's not a guarantee he won't kick
Honestly,
you out.
every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches.
Myself.
But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? Now, if we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldessian are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates.
Stretching! Stretching.
Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand.
Wait, hang on. Am I raising my hand for letting him stay or getting him exiled? There doesn't seem to be that many people.
I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, Scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
This one barely made sense to me, I'm sorry to say. So little sense. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the Ethereal Sea. With our freedom so solely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Sharlian. Yep. The overall picture has grown excuse me, the overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival, come what may, is Father's work so vital that it takes precedent over his own family? Alfredo? Alize, is that you? Oh hey, it's a woman. When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so glad that they allowed you to stay. Mother? Mommy? Emilian's Levelu, at your service. And you fine people must be the scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Hello. Mother, please. We don't... Mother, please. We don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you are here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunault are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I have been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere else until we discuss matters with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go visit your home. We'll be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure we... Grant, what do you think? The GrantZeebs? What a splendid day this has turned out to be! Champion of Eorzea, I insist you join us. Ah, but we must be quick about it. Not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Grant, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. Alright, we're now gonna go over to Mom's house and just, you know, have gifts and shit. I apologize, my mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Grant? Though it seems we have little enough time to enjoy it, will you accompany us to visit home? Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? The room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you can bring yourself to throw away. Childhood toys. I mean, never mind. The Levelu Estates is that way, straight down the stairs. You may see something from a friend at Furdu. Nice! Wait, are you going to Furdu as well? Ding, ding, dong. Yep, cool. You're following me. This a ways. Jump, jump, jump. Do, 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 do. When Alize and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but mother of our servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. Now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. Cool. Ah, there you are at last. Please do come in. Oh my god, there is so many of them.
Welcome home, my lady.
Crazy. God damn, am I really that tired from last night? Did I just stay up too late?
What? What are you gawping at?
It is a massive fucking house, Alize. Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Probably until midnight.
I'll have you
by
know
accident.
I'm quite fond of the Rising Stones.
I think I was up till midnight by accident.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit.
Noted.
And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
Will do.
We shan't be long.
Maybe I should do an MMO night on Monday. Or an MMO quote-unquote day on Monday. Because, like, tired today. I got chores to do tomorrow, but thankfully
The twins
it's,
have
like, a
been
day
sending
off as
letters
well.
home from time to time.
And because I don't have to work
recounting
the
their latest
Monday,
adventures.
it might be
I'm
beneficial.
sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations.
Wait, you were paying us?
Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid.
Nice.
The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name.
What do you hate that it does? The audio thingy-majiggy, is that what you're talking about, or something else?
'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances,
I believe
would
the
offer
way
you
I'm having
tea,
this
but
done
alas,
is...
these are
give me a
anything but.
second.
In any event,
Yeah, I'm using
why don't you keep me
8021X
company
now.
whilst we await my children's return.
Sorry, not
Perhaps
8021X.
you might
Sorry,
regale
that's
me
the,
with a tale or
that's
two
the
of your
what's-my-whoosy
exploits.
thing. This, I'm using X264. I'm right now using the CPU to do all the streaming stuff, so like it shouldn't be I'm not limited in CPU and shit like that. And I know that like NVENC I know NVENC technically has cores that are like, you know, what's-a-mahoozy. Like the cores in NVENC technically don't require, like they have exclusive cores in NVENC just to do like what's-a-mahoozy video encoding. Like that's actually a thing. Is like they just have a dedicated video encoding and decoding cores now that don't get utilized for 3D and shit. Maybe I'll go back to that. Maybe I'll go back to NVENC and we'll see if it like does the audio crunch more or less. Because I think the audio crunch happens because of because it might be either because of rendering lag or encoding. It's not just you having this issue. No, I know. Code has this issue. Here's the thing. A lot of people can have this issue. It's about trying to make it so that 99.9% of the time it happens. I think with me, it's more like so ideally, 99.99% of the time, it doesn't happen. More likely, on a good day, 99.9% of the time it doesn't happen, and then there's 99% of the time it could possibly happen. that 0.9 in every like decimal thingy-majiggy, like it does change it. Like here's like, let me get a calculator out just to explain like the thingy-majiggy, okay? So let's say for example, come on. Let's say for example, you want to like across 52 weeks, I stream about so across 52 weeks, I stream about 3 to 4 times. Let's go with 4. And each of those times, I'm streaming at least 3 hours. 624 hours. Now, 1% of 624 is 6 hours and 24 minutes. Or 0.24, so that's 6 hours and 15 minutes. So if I'm only 99%, like, you know, up and what have you, that means that there's 6 hours in the year that there's going to be audio crunch and such. Whereas if I do times by 0.001, so if we're now effective 99.9% of the time, now it's only 0.624 of an hour, which is that's a little over 30 minutes. So, yeah. I know it doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's one of those, like, uptime thingamadiggies where you aim for 99.9%. You don't aim for 99. Because that 1% is way too broad of a problem to arise. Especially when you take into account, like, you know, longevity in the day. Or in the year, sorry.
When you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Cerveza cristal. Cerveza cristal.
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
Ooh, let's have a look.
it's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen.
Okay, the
but
jacket
please,
is cool.
Tell me you
I don't
had
like the
something
shorts.
different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore.
Alright,
And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Oh my god, that is some...
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother.
That's some
Stylish,
extraness.
comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
Oh? What are they missing?
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Huh? What you giving us? Oh, he's been given the sage gear.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father.
Damn. So is that how he got the sage powers? Is they just fucking, like,
Though
just
he may as
gave
well
it
be
to him?
chained to his desk these days. As a student, he was often called upon to venture into the field.
Lol. And
He
didn't tell
wielded
us?
those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless. Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now.
That's cool, but he stands in vehement opposition now.
And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
That's probably that's probably a better reason. Get some use out of it while it's still under warranty. Hey, there's the soul stone.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master. But someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb.
Aplomb.
May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
No promises.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
Absolutely. Whee! Okay, here we go. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Okay, did I get all the thingamajiggies? I think I did. Lalafells. Enjoyed your time with the Levilous, I hope? I would ask how the twins fared, but their new outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the Forum strives to hide, and the flower bequeathed to you by Heidelin is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnea, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next course. Alright, so they want us, like, going through this thingamadiggy, but I'm gonna be real, chat. I'm not, like, 100% at the energies to, like, go for, like, the long-ass hours that I can sometimes do on a Saturday. Like, right now I've gone through, like, maybe 4 and a bit hours. I think it's a decent amount of time. I do want to make it up to you by streaming on the Monday, though, because I don't have to work Monday. So if I stream Monday morning until, you know, the afternoon or the evening and make it Final Fantasy XIV, I think you guys will appreciate that a little bit more. Plus, it means I get to go through Thancred, Estinian, and Uriange's little side of Sharlayan, which I have been told is the himbo side of the Sharlayan shit. So this should be good. excuse me. While actually, hang on, personnel needs come before the stream. That is true. Having said that, where's Sesh? Excuse me, nose. Nose. Disgusting. Oh. I'm just sending Sashera a message, because she's like the best one I can think of for asking this thing.
Jai,
Look, I don't know how to do shit. She's the best choice. Or is she, like, helping out Dazzy right now? Hang on a second, Where's Dazzy? Wait, is Dazarus finished? Is he already finished? That can't be possible. "24-hour stream." Okay, they did finish. Okay. Bam, ba-boom, ba-bing. They are not helping me, it seems. Alright, no, it doesn't look like I'm getting a message. Looks like I'm not gonna get help in how to, like, because here's the thing, is I have a lot of furniture. Hang on, where's a bell? I need to find a bell. I've got, like, a lot of furniture saved up now because of, like, going through the quest and having, like, different sort of, whatsamahoozy, things. Some, whatsamahoo blah blah blah. No, here we go. So, yep, we go back here. We head back to the Aetheryte Plaza. Where are we going? This way for a bell, I believe. Yep. The bell is over here. So, also, I also need to, like, hand it their thingamadibbies and be like, hey, I need you to do another one for me, please. So, Electrum loops. You can go to an apartment and store them there, and it costs like 50,000. Okay. Or 500,000, sorry. Alright. Another thingamadoo. I should have the resources to purchase an apartment. But yeah, here's the problem that I'm in. This is what I have right now in my first retainer. Is I've got a cottage wall, some interiors, hanging lamp, a spit, the miniature aetheryte, the white tiger, storm armory, and another kind of armory. I've got the Valentine's chair. I got like all kinds of different tabletop shit. The green tea sandwich, the pepperonis, shuttered door, the map of Eorzea, the four lords, Halloween shit. The Admiral's portrait. She is the greatest. Hutchafont's portrait, a rug. And most recently, I got myself a stuffed Bombuco. I am running out of space. I have no idea what the fuck to get rid... I don't want to get rid of anything I might use, is the thing. Like, erg. I don't want to get rid of anything that could be useful. Did I miss much? No, you didn't miss much. I'm thinking of like ending it here, but quick question. Can you help me with my apartment? I don't know how to do the apartment shit, and I've got all this I got all this furniture I need to do. And you're kind of like the de facto leader of the guild. Like, could you help me please? I don't know where to go. Like, where is it? Ding. Free company. You buy a spare room in the free company mansion. Okay. Where's that? Wait, who's that? Danarin Nashidor. Dizzle dazzle. Wait, where's Sashera? Ah, there's Sash. So that's Sash, that's Tatsu. That's Dazzy. He still hasn't accepted my friend request. Like... You know who Danarin is. Oh, it's your Dan, right? There we go. Alright, where is it? There it is. Oh yeah, you got the same last name, Noshnibor. View adventure plate. Can I, like, add you as a friend from here? No, I cannot. Why can't I add you as a friend from here? View company pro... No. View search info. Nope, I can't add you as a friend from here. God damn you. That Kobold has done nothing but Palace of the Dead for this game on the brains? Oh, he was online in Palace. He was online last night. You know what he was doing? He was not doing the MSQ. He was doing Blue Mage nonsense. But yeah, where do I go? Here it is. How do I get... Okay. Inferior Ward, plot 42. How do I... Okay, how do I get there? So travel, teleport. Here it is. Residential area. You know, you'd be quicker if you were in the voice chat. All right, so this is the place? Is this the place? Yep, this is the place. All right, cool. Cool. Okay, so there's a teapot, there's a tea set, there's a training dummy. Cool. Alrighty, and then what's this? Oh, Moogle delivery service. Nice. Alright. And then there's the spit, there's the barbecue. Alrighty, okay. And then if we go in here, we can enter the estate hall. Material melder and a... Ooh, is that a shark? No, I don't have any sharks to give. Okay. Aquariums can be used to put on display the various fish you catch on your travels. They're available in 4 tiers. You need to choose to fill the tank with either fresh or salt water. Okay. Cool. Okay, so that's where you go for furnishing. Okay, that does not explain shit. Hi there, Sash. Something calm. There's nothing calm. Like... Okay, cool. Thanks. Oh, hang on a second. Let me get my furniture. Alright. So... This. this, that. There we go. All right. Alrighty. Purchase a private chamber for 300,000 gil. The purchase price will not be refunded under any circumstances. Yep, I can afford that. Move to your private chambers. There we go. Alright, I'm room 13. Alrighty, How do I decorate? No, do not discard. I have no clue. Social tab, housing. Housing. Interior furnishing. Ah, okay. The removal of said item by leaving or disbanding from the free company, unsharing the estate, the demolishment. Ah, okay. Wait, how do I Okay, cool. So I'm gonna put you here. Then the armory thing. How do I rotate you? Oh my god. Alright, Can I not rotate you while I'm in the middle of, like, placing it? Oh my god. Serious? Okay, cool. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Okay, cool. And then we move it. There we go. Alright. And then we place the armory. Oh, wait, no, hang on. We place the armory here. Cuck chair, you go... Alrighty, and then the thingamajiggy, we're gonna put you here. Caged wisp, let's see. Can we put you on the... Nope, apparently not. Okay, nope. Alright. Let's put you on the right one. Hatchavant! Okay. Oh, hang on. I need to place this just differently. Alright, so you need to be that high, so let's put you... Let's put you at the same height. Alright. Nice. Alright, so then... There we go. No, just let me... There we go. Alright, so... Couch... So the carbuncle... So that's the carbuncle. And then... This was the rise event, which we'll put... Here. Next up is the 4 lords, which we're gonna put here. And then the map of Eorzea we put here. So it's like at... There we go. And then adjust you just a tiny bit. There we go. Can I? Oh, I can't put you over top? Okay, fine. Dunk. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie! Fuck it, Cage Whisk, you'll go there for a tiny bit. Just me making my mistake. Alright, alright, I need a table. Indoor furnishing, I don't have any tables, god damn it. These are all tabletops, those are all wall mounted, that's on the floor. Furnishing color, let's have a look. Oh, you can dye the stuff. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Remodel interior? What? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Once removed, fixtures can no longer be put up for sale. Click to firm... Oh, okay, so... What? Nice. Alright, Palace of the Dead doesn't like... No, not there. Just me looking at meat. Is Grant slaying today? No, I was just doing a little quick interior decorating. Like, so we've got, over on this side, we've got Hotchafont, the Rising, and a picture of, like, you know, the investigative gentlemanly men. Then over here, we've got our Admiral. Then we've got a mole banner from our time over in the steppes, and we've got a picture of our samurai and our ninja. And then over here, we have the 4 lords above a map of Eorzea. And then over here is, like, our armory and shit. So, a shame that can't be used for anything, so... Alright, leave the private chambers. Have I played Skate 3 before? No, oh, maybe I have. Alrighty, where's Sash? What the fuck are you doing up there? Alright, hang on. So we got brews, we've got thingies. I need a table. Chairs and tables. Here we go. Scholaristic, Oasis counter, a Glade counter. It's hard to say which one I would like. Shelves, that's what we want. We want shelves. I'll grab some empty boxes while I'm at it in a laundry basket. Alrighty, social... Oh wait, I said it was social, wasn't it? Housing, there we go. Alright, what kind of shell? Oh, okay, I see. Alright, so we want to put you over here. Rotate you real quick. Is there a way to make it so that it's like, you know... Alright, ding donk. Alright, let's put you... Perfect. Alright, cool. There we go. Is there anything I want to put in? Ooh, actually, that can go in the tall section. There we go. Actually, no, it's too cluttered on the right. Alright, here we go. We'll put it on the right side. There we go. And then we rotate this thing. There we go. Let's see, is there anything else in my inventory? I didn't get a table. I forgot to put a table in. And it's an exterior wall. Okay. Have you seen the Jesus riding the skateboard memes? I think I have seen the Jesus. Alright, there we go. There's the shelf. We'll get more things in it as time goes on. Hey Sash, which room is yours? I wanna compare. Hey, Sash. Which one's yours? Ow!
Don't make me send you to Jesus myself.
What do you mean you don't have one? The fuck you mean you don't have one? Look at this place, and you don't have one? Oh, there's a Torkoal Pup. So many fucking books. Nice. Oh, someone's been fishing. Ah, okay, so that's the company chest. I cannot operate the ethereal wheel stand, apparently. But yeah, thank you, Sash, for helping me get to this place. You used to have a house all to yourself in a gorgeous garden, and most of your stuff is exterior. Ah, okay. Do I want to stable my chocobo? Ah, there it is. Oh, it does nothing. Okay, that's a waste. I need a bed in that room, I realized, and I don't have one. There we go. How do I get out of here? If you ever do crafting, make sure you use the downstairs. Oh yeah, because it was mentioned there was a crafting room or something. Alrighty, do I talk to you guys? Housing merchant. Oh wait, no, that's for apartment building. How the fuck do you leave this place? How do we get out? A live letter standing. Oh, I saw that in the chat thing. What does that mean? No. I just want to get out of here. I just want to know, like, where here is. It's like there's Kind Traveler Substation. There's the... Ah, okay. 2 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. You can watch it on Twitch, apparently. Alright, so... yeah, there's like the center of town here. So that's the Ingleside Apartments. Oh, okay. So, it's like... radio. Yeah, I don't know Japanese either. Ugh, excuse me. It looks like they're playing D&D or something right now on the stream. Innkeep. Retired to an inn room because I didn't make a bed and I didn't like do a bell or anything like that either. I've done everything but like the critical shit. I also didn't do a glamour dresser. Alright. Exiting the game. That is it for today. I think we're done. So I just want to do a little bit. I just wanted to do just a little bit of housing because I had all that housing shit in my inventory and I needed to get rid of it. I am probably gonna look at something to eat. I am going to be hopping off tonight, and you know what? Monday morning, I will, because like next week I'm going to be on break, because I'm going to be going to Furdu from Thursday till Monday, so I'm not going to be able to like stream during my normal times, but you know what? I think I will do a stream Monday. I need to go through a lot more, Endwalker stuff, and I really didn't do that much Endwalker stuff compared to, you know, when I first started, you know, 4 hours ago and what have you. But I really enjoyed my time. I didn't want to miss out on playing... Whatsamahoozy with Unnamed. I didn't want to miss out on playing Party Animals. So I joined in for that, and then we had a great time. I was in that for like 2, maybe 3 hours, and then we finished off with a little bit of Endwalker. I think that's okay. So yeah, I will update my schedule accordingly and make a mention that that I'll be on break for the long weekend/weekend. I hope you'll join me for that. Or not join me for the break, but if you're going to Furdu, say hi. I will most likely be wearing this shirt when I'm fursuiting, so keep an eye out for a Skull Dog or a Muscle Gut Liger badge at Furdu. That'll be one of my friends. Okay, Skull Dog or Muscle Gut. You're gonna need to send me a message on Telegram or in my Discord when it gets to that. I would very much appreciate it. Alright. Let's have a look at who we're going to go and raid, because I'm not going to go raid into the Final Fantasy XIV stream. I feel like that is a silly idea. Wait, is this person still streaming? Are you still streaming? Come on. Boobies? Nope. Aw, no boobies. Okay, no boobies. Let's have a look. We are going to go raid into... Let's go raid into Fizz Tiger, okay? We're gonna go raid into Fizz Tiger. They're right now doing a little bit of Valorant, but they're a cool tiger. They're a bit of a Bara himbo. Oh, hopefully it'll be good for them. So, and it's gonna be our classic raid message, Himbo raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you don't have the emotes, that's okay. You can use whichever other kinds of emotes you want if you're not subscribed. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna get myself some lunch. I'm not gonna be streaming on Sunday, but I'll be streaming Monday. And I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now.